All right, in the last section, we have completed the My Listings section. As you can see, we can see now the listings in order. In this section, we're going to add the edit and the delete functionality. Like the one in the final version, we're going to have the edit and the delete functionality in the profile page. So if I zoom a little bit here, you can see that if we click on the edit section, we're going to be redirected to another page, which is for editing that section, and we get all the data related to that listing, and we can update that. So in this section, we're just gonna redirect the person to this URL, and later we're going to create this page as well. For deleting, when we click on the delete button here, the page is going to ask us that we are sure about deleting this post. And as soon as we click OK, we're going to delete this listing. Another things you need to know is just we have this edit and delete ability for the person who have created these listings. For example, if you go to the home page, there's no access for deleting or editing the page. I mean, deleting the listing. So we need to have a condition that just in the profile page, if the person is the owner, you see these edit and the delete functionality. Okay, so we go back to Visual Studio Code, and inside the profile.jsx, we're going to add these two functions, the delete and edit functionality, and we're going to pass it as a props to this listing item component. So we're going to pass two things here. One is onDelete, that's which is going to trigger a function called onDelete, and this is going to get the listing.id, so we know which one to delete. We're going to have the same things for onEdit, so let's copy this using Alt-Shift arrow down. So this is going to be onEdit, and here is onEdit, and we need to create these functions because we are getting an error saying that onDelete and onEdit is not defined. So here in the top, just before the return, after the use effect, we're going to create the functions. So let's first create the onDelete function. So we just say function onDelete. And also we're going to create the onEdit function. So function onEdit. So we shouldn't get any error now. Okay, there's no error. And inside the listing.item, listing item.jsx, we can get that onEdit and onDelete here from the prop section. So we just say onDelete and onEdit. Now we have access to these two, and if they are available, we want to show the edit and the trash icon here. So we need to get two icons. So let's go to React Icons, and inside the React Icons website, which is react-icons.github.io, we search for the edit and the trash. So we just, for the trash, we just search trash. The icon I want to use is from Font Awesome. So it's FA trash, this one. So I copy this. Let me import it at the top. So we just import FA trash from react-icons/FA, because it's coming from Font Awesome. We need to add FA here. And the next icon is the edit icon. So I search for edits. And the one I want to use is from MD edits. So let me find it. Yeah, this one, MD edits. So I copy this. I go back to the long listing item.jsx and I just import it here. And this is coming from react-icons/MD. So now we can have these icons. So here, just after the link here at the bottom, inside the li tag, we just say if onDelete exists, we're going to have this icon, FA trash. So we have the FA trash. Let's close it. Let's see our website. Now we see the trash icon here. Let's style this. So we add a class name. First thing first, we want to make it absolute because we want to just put it here on the right bottom corner. So we make it absolute. We just say absolute. And we want to put it in bottom 2 and also right 2. We can see here. And let me bring this one in here so you can see it in real time. So it's here now. After that, I want to change the height of this icon. I want to set it to be 14 pixels. Let's make the cursor to be pointer. So when we hover over it, we see a pointing hand. And also I want to make it red as well. So as the one we have here. So let's change I think you can change the text color to red, like this, 500. Okay. And after the class name, we're going to add the onClick event listener. And this onClick is going to call that onDelete function that we have passed as a, let's delete this. This is going to call this onDelete function that we are getting from the props. And we're going to pass the listing.id. So yeah, this one should be inside the opening tag here. Okay. Now it's correct. So we're passing the listing.id. I think that's enough, because in profile.jsx, we have added this undelete, and the undelete is going to get the listing.id and all unedit as well. So we are passing them here. So let's do the same things for the edit icon. So we can copy this undelete one time, and we're going to modify it based on the edit. So we're going to say if the unedit exists, so we're going to have that MD edit icon. The classes is bottom 2, but the right 7, because we wanted to have a little bit this way. And if we click it, we want to call the onEdit function. We cannot see it yet. Let me check. Yeah, now we can see it. The color is red. I want it to be black. So I just delete this color. And for the height, we just set it to be 4. Like this. Let's get bigger. Okay, that's okay. Now, if we click in here, we're gonna call this onEdit function here in the top in the profile.jsx. These two functions, they're empty now. Let me see. Yeah. So for the onEdit, it's actually very simple. We need to just redirect the person to that editing page. So we're going to navigate the person. We need to create the navigate here at the top. I think we have it already. Let me check. Yeah, we have used the navigate before. Okay. So we come back. Let me check. So we go to onEdit function, and we're going to navigate the person to the page, which should be dynamic because it depends on the ID of the listing. So we make it dynamic by adding the backtick here. And also we need to get the listing ID here from the prop. So the listing ID we are getting from there. We're going to redirect the person to the page called edit / or edit listing / the ID. So this is dynamic. So we added $, and we get this listing ID, and we just put it here. Now, if we click here, let me open this. When we click on this, for example, the first icon, for the first listing, we're going to be redirected to the edit listing / the ID of that particular listing. Or the next one is going to be in a different ID. So we have finished this ability of redirecting the person to the page. Now, we want to continue, go to and finish the deleting functionality. So in the undelete is going to get the listing ID as well. So we just say listing ID, which is coming from the props. This one should be here. And first thing first, we want to ask the person that they are sure to delete. So we need to open a window. In this case, we just want to add the if, and we just say windows or window.confirm. We want to ask for confirmation. And the message for this one would be, are you sure you want to delete? Let's try it now. We need to open the if now here. So if you click now, we should see a confirmation. Are you sure you want to delete? And if you okay, we're going to execute the inside the if. If you click cancel, it's going to just ignore the functions inside here. So inside here, we're going to add the deleting functionality. We want to use a method called delete doc from the Firestore to delete that function, to delete that listing. So we're going to use await for that because it's returning a promise. For using await, we need to change this function to asynchronous. And so we're going to await for delete doc, which is coming from Firebase /Firestore. We can auto import it by clicking on this. And this is going to get the doc. It should be lowercase, and doc is coming. I think we have already imported doc. Let me check it on the top. Yeah, we have imported doc already. And after the doc is going to take three things: the DB, the listing, the collection name, and the ID. So the DB we have imported already. Then we have the listing collection name, which is listings. And the ID is coming from here, the props. We pass it here. We can get from this function. So just say listing ID. After deleting, we need to update this listing here, the listing here. So we need to update this one too. So we create a constant, call it updated listings. And we're going to just use the filters. So we have the listings variable, and we're going to filter it. The filter is going to be to give us the listing, each listing. And we want to just remove the one that has the listing.id. We want to keep everything except the one with this listing ID. So it's going to loop through these listings and keep everything except the one with the listing ID equal to the this listing ID. Okay, after that, we're going to set the listings, the hook. We're going to update the hook with the updated listings that we have created here. And finally, we want to toss a success, just saying, for example, successfully deleted the listing. Successfully. I should have a double F. Okay. Let's try it now. So in our website, just let's delete the first one. So we just click on this trash icon and we're going to click OK to delete it. Okay. The listing is gone and we got a toast, successfully deleted the listing. And this is going to remove the listing from the Firestore as well. So if you go back to firebase.google.com, let me go to the console. And we just choose the Realtor clone. No, not this one. This one, Realtor clone -react. And inside the Firestore database, we just deleted one of them. It shouldn't be here. Okay. Okay. In the next section, we're going to complete the edit page. So when we click on the edit icon, we can update this listing with the new information. So let's add this one to the GitHub using the source control. So we use Ctrl-Shift-G and we add these two files that we have updated. And the message for this would be add, delete, and edit functionality to the my listing section. Okay, and I'm going to commit and push it to GitHub. And let's review what we have done here. So I go back to my repositories, Realtor clone React. Now we have 18 commits. And the last one is add, delete, and edit functionality to my listing section. So as you can see, we have imported two icons from React icons. Then we have imported the unedit and undelete functionality to the listing item.jsx. And if the undelete existed, we're going to have that icon, fa trash. And this is going to call that undelete function that we have passed as a props here. And also for the undelete, we're going to do the same things. In the profile.jsx, we have imported the delete doc method from Firestore. And we have created two functions. First for deleting and the second one for editing. For editing, we just navigated the person to this URL, the edit-listing / the listing ID. And for the undelete function, first thing first, we're going to ask them that they are sure about deleting. If they are sure and they press OK, we're going to use the delete doc to delete that listing. And we're going to update the listing variable by using the filter method. And finally, we're going to update that listing piece of state using the setListing function. And using the toastify, we're going to toast a notification that the listing is deleted successfully. And also we added, we passed this function as a props here. So that was it for the deleting and editing functionalities inside the profile page. In the next section, as you can see from the final version, we're going to create this page, the edit listing page that is going to firstly fetch the data and fill the forms. And we're going to just update the data and press edit listing to update the listing. So see you in the next section for this part. All right, in the last section, we have completed the edit and delete functionality in our listing page. In this session, we are going to complete this edit listing page. First thing first, we need to create it, and also we can just use the create listing page and just update it and create this page. For example, if you could look at the final version, and for the sell and rent create listing page, we have a form and we just click on create listing. But for edit, we have the same form, just the button is different, is edit listing, and the form is filled with the data from that particular listing. So we need to make a mechanism to, by just checking this ID, make a request to the database, get the information of the listing, fill the form, and the other things are similar to the one in the create listing page. So first thing first, we need to create this page. So we open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And in the pages, we're going to create a page called Edit Listing, or just create a file called EditListing.jsx. And we can use RFC to create a React functional component. And we need to add this one to the app.js. But similar to create listing page, this page should be protected too, because we don't want an unauthorized person to have access to this page. So we just can copy the route that we have created for create listing. And we just change this one to edit listing. So we just change this one to edit listing. This one is edit listing as well, but this one has an extra parameter called listing ID. This, because after the slash we have the ID of the person, so we can have access to it. And we need to change this one to edit as well, and we need to import this page from pages/edit listing. Now, if you go to our website, you can see inside this page we have edit listing, which is coming from the EditListing.jsx file. As I mentioned before, edit listing and the create listing page are completely similar, except the one we just fetch the data from that listing and fill the form. So we can just copy all these codes from the create listing. So we copy all of them, and we go to edit listing and we paste it here. So now this page is just same as the create a listing page. So we just need to have some update to the page. Okay, now we need to fetch the listing based on this URL and this ID and fill the form. So we go back to edit listing. So we can close the other places. So we can focus on this. So at the top, we need to create and add a use effect to fetch the listing to edit it. So just at the top, just after the form data here, I'm going to add a use effect. And we need to import it from React. And this use effect is going to return a function. And the dependency, we just leave it empty now. Then, if you remember, we had the loading. We have the loading. So we set the loading to be true. So until the data is fetched, we're going to see the spinner. Then we need to fetch the listing. As the fetch the listing is a asynchronous function, we need to just create it and call it here. So we just create the function here. And we call it fetch listing. And we need to call this function here. Because we cannot change the useEffects function to asynchronous. So we made the asynchronous function here and we call it at the bottom. So, okay. So fetch listing, first thing first, we need to create a reference for that listing. The reference is going to use the doc and we need the ID of the listing, which we can get from the URL here. As you can see now, we're just getting the spinner because the loading is set to be true. So we create the reference or the address, and this is going to get the doc, which is coming from Firestore. And this is going to take three things. First is the DB. Then we have the collection number, which is listings. And then the ID. So first we need to get the ID. We can use params to get the ID from the URL. So we create a constant here called params. And this is going to use the use params hook, which is coming from React Router DOM. And here we just say params dot listing ID. And this listing ID is coming from here. And if you remember inside the app.js, we have added the listing ID here. So that's why we said listing ID. So in order to get this listing ID, we just say params dot listing ID. And params is coming from the use params hook from React Router DOM. Now we have the reference. Now it's time to get the snapshot, the data from the Firestore. So we create another constant and we call it doc snap. So this is the information we get and we need to await. And we just use the get doc, which is coming from Firebase /Firestore. And this is going to get that reference, the address, docref. So now we have the doc snap. And we just say, if the doc snap exists, we just say doc snap dot, we use the exists method. If this one exists, we want to set the listing. So we need to create a hook called listing at the top. So let's copy this loading and we just change the loading to listing. And the initial value for the listing would be you can leave it false, but we can just set it to be null as well. Okay, and then we set the listing to that snapshot that we are getting. So this is going to be a snapshot dot data. And after that, we're going to just update the form data. So we just say set form data because we want to fill this form data. First, we just say the initial value is this, but now we want to change it to the one that we are getting from Firestore. So we're going to update that form data by the new listing. So this is going to be an object. First thing first, we want to add all the doc snap here. Or we can just say listing. We can just directly get that snap this data. With sorry, this is not a snapshot. This should be doc snap. This one, doc snap. I think it autocorrect me. So dot snap dot data, and we also wanna, let's see. We have the address here. And also when we fetch the data, we don't get the address, we get the location. Let me check here. So here we have the address, geolocation. So we have the address, latitude and longitude. Okay, I think that is enough for us. Let's test it and we'll see what's happening. So now we just got this one. And after that, getting the data, set the form data. After this if, and yeah, inside this if here, let's just, that is enough for this, and just set the loading to false. And after that, and if the listing is not existed, we just navigate the person to the home page and we toast an error. We just say listing does not exist. So let's check. Okay, now listing is filled. Yeah, the address is correct. Yeah, that's everything is okay. So let's try again. We come back and then we just click on the edit. Yeah, this is going to fill our form for us. Now we want to change the functionality, because now if we just click here, we're going to create a new listing, not updating the current listing. So instead, instead of creating, we need to change this function here. In the onSubmit, instead of using, let me see. Yeah, instead of adding the document, we're going to update the document. So instead of the add, so for the doc reference, yeah, we just let me fix this. So this is going to be DB listing, and we need the that ID, which is coming from params.listing ID. And instead of using collection, we use doc. And then instead of using add doc, we're going to use update doc. So we just say update doc. And we need to import it from Firestore. Okay. Yeah, instead of saying doc ref, so you can just put this one here as a doc ref. And then we just put the doc ref here, like this. So the document's reference is db listings.id, and we're going to fetch that listing and fill it with this new form data. And the other things we need to change, the title of the page, instead of create a listing, we just say edit listing, and for the button at the bottom here, create listing, we just say edit listing. Now the title is different, and yeah, this is edit listing. Let's change it a little bit. I just changed the name to, instead of saying a nice, we just say, yeah, we changed the bed number, and we just saying, yeah, add something here. Just say no. Oh, actually, I cannot type anything here because it has more than this. So let's just say edited apartment with great view. So we know that we are editing it. The address will be the same. We don't change the price. And we just add some other images. For example, I just choose these 3 images. And let's click on edit listing. And this is going to edit the listing. The notification is listing created. We have to edit this one as well. And it's redirected us to the page. Let's see. Yeah, it's edited. Look, edited apartment. And the time is changed to a few seconds ago. The bed is 2 now. So let's try this one again, and let's fix that toast as well. So I search for toast here. So and the toast dot success, we should fix this one. Instead of saying listing created, we should say listing edited. Okay. So everything else is fine. Let's try it again. So the name will be the same. Change the bed numbers to 5, and description is okay. We choose some images and we just click on edit listing, and this is going to edit it for us, update the database and redirect us to the page. And now the notification is listing edited. Okay. And here you can see the changes. The image is changed and other things. The other things we need to consider is the person who is editing this page should be the owner of the page as well. It's not only the authorization is not important here. You cannot edit someone else's page. Okay, so we need to add that one as well. So we need to add another use effect just after this use effect we have added. And also we have some warning for the use effect too, so we can fix that one. Dependency navigate should be added here. And also listing params listing. So I added these two dependencies to fix the errors. Okay. And we need to delete these things as well. These are not important. Later we can fix it. Now we add another use effect. And this is going to check that if the listing belongs to the person who is editing it. So we just say if first if the listing exists, then we just say if the listing dot user ref is not equal to the auth dot current user dot uid. This means if the ID inside the listing is not equal to the ID we are getting from the authentication, then we want to just toast an error saying you cannot edit this listing, and we can navigate the person to the home page. Okay, we can just test this one now. For example, I just copy this, and then instead of sahan.gha email, I'm going to sign out and sign in with my other Gmail account. For example, this account. Now I try to go to that page, the edit listing, that ID. So I still can go. Let me check again. Listing that user ref. First thing, this one should be can't. Look, now it's working. You can't edit this listing. So let's try again. I paste it here. I think as soon as we want to change something or we want to edit the listing, so it didn't protect us. Okay. I feel we need to just move this one a little bit upper. So in the top of the page, just before that, getting the data. Okay, let's try it again. I paste the link. I totally lost the link. Okay. So let's go back, grab the link. So here in the edit listing, I copy this link. I sign out and signing with my other Gmail account. Okay, now let's try to go to that page. Okay, let's see. So listing.userref. We should add this one as a dependency probably. Let's try this. Yeah, he wants us to add the listing and navigate as well as a dependency. Let's try this. Let's go back to the page. Okay, let's sign in with my other account. It should work, but let's be sure about that. So we grab this link, we sign out, sign in with the other person. Okay, let's try now. Yeah, we are redirected to the home page, and with the notification, you can't edit this listing. So it's working. Let's try it again. Okay. Seems we needed to add the dependency. Okay. So that's working for us. In the next section, we're going to create the, if you go to final version, we want to create each listings page. We're going to work on this image slider, the map, and also we need to just put the information like this. So let's add this one to the GitHub using Ctrl+Shift+G. We add these two, and the message would be create edit listing page, and we push it to GitHub. Let's check the website. We go to this repository now. Let's refresh again. Now we have 19 commits. And the last one is create listing page. As you can see in the app.js, we have protected the page using the private route that we have created before. And also we added a parameter for the listing ID. We have created the edit listing page. It's completely similar to the create listing page, but the difference is we have two use effects added to this page. First, we protected this page from the person that is not the owner of the listing by just checking if the user ref is not equal to the authorization user ID. Another use effect we used is for fetching the data based on the listing ID, just we are getting from the parameters using use params hook from React Router down. And if the listing exists, we're going to set the listing piece of state with that data and also update the form data as well. And if it's not exist, we want to navigate the person to the home page. And the other changes we have done is just, I think we changed the title of the page and also the button at the bottom of, we just changed it to edit listing. And for the function that is submitting, we have changed it from the add doc to update doc, and we have changed the doc reference to access to that listing ID. So that was the changes we have done, and we have added 2 use effects. Okay, that was it for the create edit listing page. In the next section, we are going to create that listing page, and we are going to add the route to the app.js file. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the edit and delete functionality. In this section, we're going to create this page, the page related to each listing. If you look at the final version and we click on one of the listings, as you can see, we have a image slider at the top that you can manually even go to the next image or to the previous image. We have one button for sharing the link that is going to give us the link of this. Then we have here one section for the information related to the listing, including the name, price, address, if it's for rent or not, or is it discounted? Then the description, the number of beds, number of bathrooms, parking, and furnished. And finally, we have a dynamic map here that shows the place address, and also you can zoom in or zoom out in the map. And this is just based on the ID of the place. Category is going to fetch the data from the Firestore and show it here inside this page. Okay, let's create this page first. So we go back to Visual Studio Code, and inside the pages, I'm going to create another file called listing, just a singular listing.jsx. And we can use RFC to create a React functional component. And we need to add this page to our app.js in order to see it. So we go to app.js, and we just can, here, we can copy one of them. For example, we can, we can just copy the offers using Alt-Shift-Arrow down. And the path is inside category. After that, there's a parameter saying which category is it. Is it the rent or sale? So here we have a parameter called category name. After that, we have another parameter for listing ID. So we just say listing ID, and the name of the component is listing. So we add here. Now we have to import the listing from pages/listing. Okay, now if we go to our website, you can see the listing here in this URL, category rent. And this is the ID of the listing that we have. Now we can get the listing based on this URL from the database. So inside listing.jsx, we add a use effect here. We just add use effect, and we need to import it from React. And this is going to call a function, and the dependency, for now, we just put an empty bracket. Later, we're going to add the dependency based on the one we write here. So we need to have a function to get the data. The function should be asynchronous because we need to return a promise using await for the Firebase methods. So I created a asynchronous function here. And we need to call this function. And the name of the function is fetch listing. So it's fetch listing. And we need to call this function here at the bottom of the use effect. Okay. Now, first thing first, we need to add the address, which address we want to fetch. The address depends on the collection name and also that listing ID here. So we need to get this listing ID using use params from React DOM. So here at the top, we're going to create the params, which is equal to use params, which we can import from React DOM, React -DOM. Then we need to call this function. And here for the address, we create a constant called docref. I think we have repeated this one many times now. You can just understand it deeply. So now we use the doc from the Firestore, and doc is going to take three things: db from Firebase, this file, firebase.js. Then we have the collection name, which is listings. After that, we have that ID, which is params.listing ID, which is coming from this app.js here. In the app.js, we have listing ID as a parameter. So we got this parameter using use params from React DOM. After the reference, which is the address of the place, we can get the data using doc snap, and we need to await and use the getDoc method from Firestore. So we need to import it as well. So we have imported doc and getDoc, and this is going to get the docref, the reference. So now we have the piece of information, and if the listing exists, doc.snap.exist, then we want to set the listing. So we need to create a hook called listing here. So we just call it listing set listing, and this is going to be equal to use a state, which we need to import from React, and the initial value for this is null. Then, if this one exists, we want to set the listing to that information that we are getting, which is doc_snap.data. And also we need to add a loading as well. So we need to just say const loading, set loading, and this is equal to use state, and the initial value would be true because we want to just have the spinner until the listing information comes. So we set the loading, we set the loading to false here. And finally, we can just console log the listing for now. And for dependency, we can add this params.listing ID. And also the listing. Okay. Let's test this. So we open the console using F12. As you can see, it went to the loop. It's just asking that we need to remove this listing because listing is always changing. Okay, now I see that it's stopped. And we got the information, including the address, number of bathrooms, and etc. And if you come back now and click again, it shows null. Let's refresh this page. The reason it's showing null because sometimes console log is happening before the fetching. So we need to bring the console log inside this. If this one exists, show the console log. Now, even we refresh or anything happen, first we get null, but okay, let's, instead of console logging, we just we delete the console log. First we said if loading is true, and return the spinner. So we need to import it from components /spinner. Otherwise, we want to just return the listing dot name. Okay. So let's check now. So we are getting the name of the place. And let's refresh this page to see if we get the error or not. Okay, no problem. Okay, so it seems working now. Now it's time to add a slider. As you can see, from the final version, we're going to add this a slider. We're going to use a package called Swiper. So we search for Swiper. And here, as you can see, we have a package called swiperjs.com. And this one gives us the ability to swipe like this. They have different types of swiping. And it's very modern. And it's very nice. And it's free as well. You can use it for JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript, React, Vue, and etc. So here we need to go to get started. And the installation, it's a bit tricky. I'm going to show you step by step how to do it. So we need to go to the terminal. We stop the terminal using Ctrl+C. Let me click at this using CLS. Okay, so it seems like a... So now we're going to install npm install swiper. I believe the last version is version 8. Let's see which version now is available. So inside the package.json, you can see that we have swiper version 8.3. That's the latest version. Now, the time that I'm recording the video, the latest version is 8.3. Let's close this package.json. We close all the unnecessary places. And we need to import a couple of things from Swiper. So first thing first, we need to import Swiper with capital P and Swiper slide from Swiper/React. And also we need to import Swiper core and some of the effects we want to use. For example, I want to use the effect fade. And I want it to be autoplay, so I'm going to import the autoplay navigation pagination. All is coming from Swiper. After that, we're going to import its CSS. We need to import Swiper/CSS/bundle. So we want to download all the CSS needed to have the Swiper in our website. After that, inside the function, the React function, we need to use the Swiper core that we have imported to initialize the things we need. For example, we want to use the autoplay navigation and pagination. Okay, now it's ready to use it. And after the return, we're going to change this div to the main tag. And inside this main tag, we're going to have that Swiper. So we just create Swiper here. We're going to close it. And inside this, we're going to map through the images. we have. So we need to go to the listing dot img URLs, and we're going to map through it and get each URL, and also we get the index of the URL as well. And after that, we're going to return the swiper slide. Let's close this. And let's add a key. Because it's a map, we need to add a key, which can be that index. And we add a div here. We cannot style inside this, but we can use the style, CSS style here. Or yeah, we can style too, but some of the styles needs to be by the CSS style like this. We need to style, and because we are in the React, we need to add two curly braces because the font is for the JSX. And first thing first, we need to add the background image. And the background image has the URL, but the URL is dynamic because depend on this URL. So we're going to change the URL, and the inside is a dynamic one, which is coming from the listing.img URLs, and the index is thus the index we are getting from here. And after that, we want to make it, bring it inside the center, and we don't want to have the repeat, so we just say no repeat. Okay, and inside this we're going to have some Tailwind CSS style as well. So we set the width to be full, and we set the overflow to be hidden, and we set the height to be 300 pixels. Okay. And for the swiper itself, we have some attributes. For example, we want to only show one image per review. So we just write a slides preview, a slides per view, and we set it to be 1. Then we want to have the navigation. We want to have pagination. In the pagination type, we set the type to be progress bar. And after the pagination, we have the effect, that is going to be fade. Sorry, fade. Then we're going to use the module called this module. We're going to use this. We have imported this effect fade module to have the fade effect. So you just put it here. But this one should be inside a bracket. These things you can find in the document, but just for I'm doing it myself, but in the document you just can find different styles and copy the these things. So you don't need to remember these things. Inside the documentation of the swiper, you can find all of these. And it was a little bit tricky. By too many try and errors, I found the best way. So for the autoplay, I want the delay to be 300 milliseconds, which means 3 seconds. Let's start the server and check now, which is working or not. So let's bring it here and close the previous one. Okay. Let's wait for the server to be started. And we go to the page. This page, we click on here. As you can see, now we have the slide. Okay. We cannot see the progress bar here still. And also this color is blue, which is the default color of the swiper. In the final version, I added the progress bar and also I changed the color of this. You cannot change it inside this here, inside these attributes. I could achieve it inside the CSS. So inside our index.css file, we're going to add some CSS attributes related to that. So for the swiper dash button, we want to change the color of the button. For the next, with the after pseudo class, and also let's copy this, and for the instead of next we just say previews, and for this one we want to set the color to be this one depends on you, but I choose this color A8 and DA DC. Now we should see a different color here. And also for the pagination progress bar, let's add this one. So we have the swiper dash pagination, pagination dash progress bar. As I mentioned, I have achieved these things by try and error. So I searched a lot on the internet to how to change these things, but you just can get these codes from the GitHub repository or follow me on the here. Pagination dash progress bar dash fill, and we change the background to be the same color as this. And also we need to add important too, because we want to overwrite this CSS with the existing CSS. So let's refresh the page. We still cannot see the progress bar. Let me check that if we make some mistakes inside the listings. Two things I forgot to add. first is just this style. Let's set the background size to be cover. And also we need to add here relative as well to make the position relative for the style. So let's see. We still don't have the progress bar. Another things I found is just this use should be inside a bracket as well. So make sure to add this. Let's see now. Okay, now we have the progress bar. And also the effects, the fade effects working too. We only have 2 images in this listing. So it's just swiping between 2 images. So just make sure to always to pay attention all the details. For example, the brackets and all these small details. For example, this bracket. Otherwise, you're not gonna see the same result. Okay, that was it for the swiper section. In the next section, we're going to start with this part here. No, first, we need to add this section, the copy section. So first, let's add this one to the GitHub using Ctrl+Shift+G, and we add everything to GitHub. Okay. And then we add a message. Just say create listing page and use swiper to add the image slider, and then push it to GitHub. And let's refresh our GitHub page. It still didn't come. Okay, now we have 20 commits. And the last one is create listing page and use swiper to add the image slider. As you can see, we have installed swiper version 8.3. In the app.js, we have added the listing page by defining its category and listing ID. And inside the index.css, we have added some styling for the swiper that we couldn't add as a style. We just added inside the CSS that includes just the color. For the listing.jsx, we have created this file and we used useEffect to get the listing data based on the listing ID. And we have added this one to the listing piece of state. And also we set the loading to false after to be true. If the loading is true, we're going to show the spinner. Otherwise, we're going to just show the swiper. We have added some attributes to swiper to have all the effects, including the pagination effects and the autoplay. And then we loop through all the images. We got the URL index. We use the index for the key and also for adding the background image to this div. And we set the background size to be cover and also center it and added the no repeat effect. Okay, that was it for the swiper section. We're going to use this swiper in other parts of the project as well later. So for now, we just created the swiper for this page. In the next section, we're going to, first thing first, create this div and style it. And then we're going to continue get the information and create this map. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the swiper part of our listing page. In this section, we're going to add this icon here, which is for sharing this link. We just, first thing first, we can see that the icon is always on the top. And when we click on it, we see a title here, a notification that only stays 2 seconds. And when we paste the link here in the new tab, you can see this is exactly the same link that we have here. So we have the ability to copy this link and put it inside the clipboard of the user. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code and let's add this one. I want to add this one exactly after the swiper. So after the swiper, let's add a div first. And inside this div, we're going to add an icon. So let's go check the React Icons website. So here inside the, we just search for React Icons. And in the search result, we click on react-icons.github.io. And here we can search for the share icon. So we just say share. The one I want to use is from Font Awesome. So this one is FA share. So I copy this and here at the top, we can import it. So we just import FA share from react-icons/FA, which stands for Font Awesome. Now we can use this inside this div. We just put it here. And let's check our website. We should see this share icon now. Okay. Here. Now we need to position it here. So first thing, inside this div, we make it fixed. So we want to keep it fixed. And we set it to be at the top. And I wanted to always put it like a 30% of the top. So does not matter of the size of the page. We always see it here. And also we want to always see it on the right side. And this one would be 3%. So now we should see it somewhere around here, but because it's dark, you cannot see it. Let's change the color of that. And also we need to change the Z index and increase the Z index so it comes at the top of the swiper too. So let's change the color. So I want to set the background color to be white we set the cursor to be pointer, so we see a pointing hand when we hover over it. And let's see, we can see it on, yeah, okay, it's here. Let's make this one smaller so we can see both. Okay, I'll bring it here. Okay, let's close this. Okay. Let's continue styling this div. So we want to add a border of 2, but we want the border to be gray 400. So you can see it here and let's make it rounded. And we want it to be rounded full. So it's going to be a circle. Then we set the width to be 12 and height to be 12 as well. Okay, now we have this circle. Let's bring them to the center using display flex and use justify content center to bring it to the center horizontally, and item center to bring it to the center vertically. And that's it for the div. For the FA share, let's add a class name as well. And here we make it bigger using text large. And we use font light. I don't think we need font light. Yeah. Instead of font light, we just use text slate 500 to change the color of this. Make it a little bit lighter. Okay, now we have completed the icon. Now we can add the functionality to it. So we can add an on-click to this div here at the top. So we add an on-click. So this on-click event listener is going to copy the link of the page. So we just need to call a function, and this function is going to have a few things. For example, if you use navigator is something inside the JavaScript. We don't need to import it or something. So navigator.clickboard.write_text is going to copy a text. But what text we want to copy? The text we want to copy is window.location.href. Okay. So let's click here. When we click here, you can see this URL, localhost 3000 category. So in a new place, I'm going to paste it. You can see this is exactly the same as this one. So that was successful. But when we click on it, I want to see a text here saying link copied. Okay. But we need to have a state here. We need to have a piece of state to control this, because I just want to keep it 2 seconds. So we need to create a piece of state using use state hook. So I create that here and I call it share link copied. So here we just say share link copied. And we just use this function to change the status of this. So I copy this, I change this S to capitalize, to be capitalized, and then we use state, and the initial value for this would be false. Okay, false. The initial value is false, but when we click on this div here, we're going to, this div, we're going to make it true. So we set the share link copied to true first. So we show that, but after 2 seconds, we want to make it false. So we can use set timeout method to achieve that. Set timeout method has 2 things inside it. First is the function to be called. Then we have the milliseconds that needed to execute that function. So we have a function here, and we want to set this function to be executed after 2, for example, 1000 milliseconds, which is 2 seconds. And after 2 seconds, we want to set the share link copy to be false again, like its initial value. So now when we click, we cannot see anything because we haven't done anything for the share link copy. So just under this div, we're going to add, we just add a JSX. We just say if the share link is true, then show this here, that we want to have a paragraph saying link copied. Okay, so let's try it now. We should see it here. And after 2 seconds, it goes away. Okay. So now we want to position this one here as well. So we can add a class name here to add some Tailwind CSS styling, similar to one we did for this icon. We make this position fixed and we set it at the top, but a little bit below that, folks, and we just set it to be 23%. And for the right side, we make it 5%. Then we want to set the font to be semi-bold, and we set a border for it of 2, which is 2 pixels, border width 2 pixels. And for the border color, we set it to be gray 400. And also we want it to be rounded, but medium. And also let's add some background color of white. So let's try this. When we click, we still cannot see it. Let's check. Okay, let's try again. So something should be missing. So we set the fix to be top 23. Oh, we need to add the Z index of 10. So same Z index of this one. So link copied, we can see. And we just need to add some padding as well. So the text would be more visible like this. Okay. So that was it for the share copy functionality. Let's add this one to the GitHub using Ctrl-Shift-G and using source control. I add the changes and I make a commitment saying add share copy functionality. Okay, that's correct. And I just push it to GitHub, and let's check this one in GitHub and refresh our page. Now we have 21 commits in our GitHub repository. And the last one is add share copy functionality. As you can see, we have imported an icon from React Icons called FA Share. Then we have created a piece of state called share link copy using use state hook, and we set the initial value to be false. After that, we add a div which has that icon in the center, and we add an onClick functionality, which is an event listener, to copy the text inside the window.location.href, which is here. We copied it inside the clipboard. Then we set the share link copied piece of state to true, so we can see it here. And after 2 milliseconds, using setTimeout method, we have changed the state of that to false. Finally, we add a condition. If the share link copy is true, we want to see this paragraph, which is saying link copied. Okay, that was it for this part, this functionality. In the next section, we're going to continue creating this section. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have created the link copied icon and its functionality. In this section, we're going to create this div here, and we want to make it responsive. If we just open the div tool using Ctrl+Shift+C and we check the responsiveness, you can see they are next to each other, but after some stage, they go on top of each other, the map and the information. So let's try again. Okay, and they're always in the center. And as you can see here, we have the maximum width the same as the header of the page. Okay, let's create this one. I just want to make the background color different and you can see it. So here after this share link copy section, we're going to add a div, and inside the div, we're going to have two divs, one for the map, one for the information. So we have one div here and we have another one. So for the, let's make them different colors so you can see them better. So for the information, let's make the background color to be pink, for example, 300. And for the map, let's make the background color to be blue, 300 as well. So now we still cannot see anything because they don't have any dimension. So both of them, we want to add some height. So we just can use the dual cursor to choose both of them. We set the width to be full and we set the height to be 200 pixels. And when it's large, I want the height to be 400 pixels. And let's add some margin top. No, let's add it inside this div, margin top, not here. So let's check. This pink is the information section. This is the map. They're on top of each other. Let's make the default here. So we just set the display to flex, and we set the flex direction to be column, like this. But when we have a medium size and above, we want to set the flex to be row. So for the mobile size, we have column. For the medium size, which is the tablet size, and above, we have flex row. So let's see. Okay, let's continue. So we have flex com. Okay, they should go next to each other. Let's refresh the page. Okay, let me see. Let's set the max width first. So the maximum width, we set it to be 6XL, like this. And we can bring them in the center using MX Auto, but for the large and above, we do MX Auto. Here we should add a column, not the dash. So MD and above, we have flex row. They are next to each other. And we set just the margin of 4 now for the until the large. And when it's large and above, we set the margin X to be auto. And we add some padding of 4 as well. We make it rounded, large, and we add some border as well. We just border 3. So you can see the border here. And let's add some shadow effects. Shadow large. Okay, now we can see the shadow. We have the border, but we don't have border color. That's why we cannot see. But let's change the background to be white first. So for this section, we have a background white. For final version, we don't have border in the final version. So we can just remove this border. We don't need it. And yeah, that's it for this one. For the large and above, we have the space X of 5. So we have some space between them, like this. Now, if we open the dev tool, let's refresh the page. So I don't know why we cannot see it. It's still loading. Okay. So there's some problem with the dev tool. We can just check it here as well. So they are on top of each other when we have a tablet screen. And like this. I think here we had the same things in the tablet. Okay, yeah. So medium size to we have them next to each other, but above the medium size, we have them on top of each other. So that was it for this section. And also for the map, we need to add some Z index as well. So it should be in the top. Otherwise, doesn't show any map there. The other things we need to add is I want the overflow in the x-axis. I want it to be hidden. So this is necessary for map as well. So later we're going to see the difference. Okay. Now let's add this title and the price. So for the first div, now let's get rid of the background pink because I've added that one to show the responsiveness. Now we don't need it now. So inside this div, we're going to add a paragraph. And inside this paragraph, we're going to show first thing first, the title, which is listing.name. Then we want to check if it's an offer, we need to show the discounted price. Otherwise, we need to show the regular price. So we just add, first we add the listing.name for the title. We should see the title now here. And we just add a dash here. Or after this, we add a dash and we add a $sign. And here we made a condition. If the listing dot offer is true, so if it's an offer, then show the listing dot discounted price. So it should be discounted price. And otherwise, we add a colon. Otherwise, we want to see listing dot regular price. Regular price. So we can see the discounted price now and the $sign. As I mentioned before, we want to add some comma like the one in the final version. We have done this one before for the components here. So inside the listing component. So if you go to the listing component, which is listing item.jsx. So let's open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And we go to listing item.jsx. I mean here, this one, toString that replaced it. We just copy this and we need to add this one to the here as well after this and also after the regular price. And we need to remove this space as well. Now, if we go to that listing page, we can see the commas after the each 3 digits from the right side. Okay, that was it for this, getting this information. Now we need to style them. Let's close the other side. So let's bring this one to the left, right side and here to the left side. So we can see the changes in real time. Let's close the Explorer section using Ctrl-B. And here, let's style this paragraph here. So we add a class name to add the Tailwind CSS styles. So let's add the text and we make it to be bigger using 2x large. And we set the font weight to be bold. And let's add some margin bottom of 3. And we set the color to be blue 900, like this. And the other things we forgot to add, this is just the sale. So it's $1 million. But if it's the rent, for example, it's $1,000 per month or $500 per month, we need to add that one at the end as well. So after this, we just say if the listing dot type is equal to rent, okay, we want to add a space / months at the end. Otherwise, we just empty string. So that was the rent. So we made it like this. Let's edit this. So that was rent. And if it's sale, the same price, everything same price, and we just choose some images. For example, I'll choose these 3 images. Let's edit the listing. So now we shouldn't see the months at the end. Okay, now just the $1 million. Okay, final version. That's it. That's nice. Okay, let's keep continue. The next step is to add the address here. We need to get that icon, the location or map market icon from the React Icons website. So I closed the website. Let's search again. React Icons. And we click here, search for the map. So I want to get Mac marker alt from font awesome. So I copy this. I go back here. We go to the top. First thing first, we just import it. And here after the paragraph related to the prices, we add another paragraph, which is the listing dot location. I think listing dot location or listing dot address. I forgot. So let's check the Firebase and we go to console. Inside the console, we choose the projects we are working. I just want to check the database, that how we recorded the address. So it's called, the field name is address. So we just need to use address instead. So probably now we can see the address here. Let's add the icon here as well. Just before this, I'm gonna add the icon, which is FA map marker alt icon. We can see it. Let's bring this one to the right side. So let's add some styling. For example, for the paragraph, I just add the display to flex. So we bring them next to each other, and using item center, we can bring them to the center vertically next to each other. And let's add some margin top of 6. Okay. And margin bottom of 3. For the text, I want it to be bold, semi-bold. So it's font weight 600. Then for the map, I want it to be green. So I just add a class name. We set the text to be green, 700. And let's add some space. We just say margin right of 1. Like this. Yeah, that's it for the address. The next things we want to add is these labels. Just after the paragraph, we can add another div that is covering 2 paragraphs. The first paragraph is going to show, so if the listing dot rent, or sorry, this listing dot type is equal to rent, we want to see rent I think we missed a semicolon here. Otherwise, we want to say sale. So here, now we see sale. And for the next paragraph, if we have the listing dot offer is true, we want to add another paragraph. Okay, the paragraph is going to say how much discounts we have. For example, the price for this one was $2 million, but after the discount, we have $1,009,099. So instead of we just want to subtract these two numbers, and we can just see the difference. And we add a dollar here as well. We just say dollar because we want it's based on dollar. So this is the listing dot regular price minus listing dot discounted price. So we should see the difference now. So okay, this is the paragraph. Let me see. Let's go to something that has a discount, which is an offer. For example, this place is $5 discount. So we should see it like this inside the final version. I think listing dot regular price minus listing dot discounted price. Let's add the space here. So, or maybe this one doesn't have an offer. Or it should have an offer because it's 2 million. Let's edit this. Now we see. So yeah, it was $2 million, but it became it has $1,000 discount. So let's go here. So let's see in the here inside the database. So we have regular price. No, not this one. Yeah, this is the regular price. I think the problem is this is not a number, so we cannot divide it. So we need to add a plus sign just before that. Let's refresh. Still cannot see it. So regular price, as you can see, this is the string. It shouldn't be a string, it should be number. I don't know why is it a string. So this is a string, this one is a string too. So we should, okay, let's put this one in a parenthesis. Doesn't have any effects. Let me pause the video and check it. I'll be back. All right, I found the problem. The listing here was capitalized, so it should be lowercase. We should see the $1,000 now. Okay, let's continue styling this. After the $1,000, we should just say discount. So after the space, we just say discount. Okay, so $1,000 discount. Now we need to style this. For the div above, we want to bring them next to each other. So we just change the display to flex. And we set the justify to a start. So we bring them to the start point. And we use item center to bring them vertically next to each other, and we add a space between them, a space x4, and we set the width to be 75%. So I want the size of them to be smaller because we want to add some tags like this. We don't want to consume all the places, just be a little bit smaller. So we added 75% instead of 100%. For the paragraph here, we add a class name. We set the background color to be red, 800. And we set the width to be full. And you can see the change now. And we set the maximum width to be 200 pixels. So I found these things just by try and error, but any style you would like to have, you can add to your own project. Let's make it rounded to be medium. We add a padding of 1. And we set the text to be white so we can see the text in the red color. And let's bring the text to the center using text center. And we set the font weight to be semi-bold. So it's a bit thicker. And let's add a shadow of medium. So we have some shadow as well. Okay. So that was it for this part. For the paragraph related to the discount, we add a class name. We set the width to be full here as well. Maximum width to be 200 pixels. And we set the background color to be green, 800. Okay, you can see it now. Let's make it rounded to be medium. We add a padding of 1, which is 4 pixels. And we set the text to be white. And we can bring them to the center using text center. And we set it to be a bold, but like a semi-bold, which is 600, font weight 600. And we also add a shadow medium to this as well. So that looks very beautiful now. $1,000 discount for this. And let's move on and go to the next section, which is this description part. The description part is very simple. Just after the div here, we add a paragraph, and this is going to be listing dot description. Yeah, we can see the description here. And let's put this one in a span, because I want to add the actually description dash, and inside the span I want to add that listing.description, so we can have a different styles here. Or yeah, you can just add this one outside, or to put this description inside the span. It doesn't matter. So for the spam here, I want it to be semi-bold. And let's add some space here too. So, and then for the paragraph here, we add a margin top of 3 and margin bottom of 3. Okay. You can see we cannot see it. It went under the map, but the map is just now is like this. Later, we're going to remove the color, and the map is going to be floating here. So it's going to be after that description. So for now, just leave it like this, but we're going to fix that soon. Now let's see if we can fix it for now. Just this div that is covering here, it has a height of 200, large 400 pixels. So we limit that one. So we can remove the limit now, or just leave it for now. Later we're going to fix it. We can just check the final version like this in the large screen. So we added the description. Now it's time to add this part, the number of beds, baths, the parking, and the furnished. So if the furnished is, for example, false, we said not furnished, and no parking, we just say no parking. And the number of baths should be dynamic too. If we have one bath, we just say one bath. More than one, we just say baths. We add S here. So we need to fix that one as well. This is similar to the one we did before for the component. This component here. So we did this one before here, 3 beds, 2 baths. The same logic we want to use for showing here in the listing page as well. So inside our website, inside the Visual Studio Code, after this listing description, so inside the div, after the paragraph, we're going to add an unordered list like this. Let's bring this one here so you can see the changes. So I just put this one here and hit this one on the left side. So let's make it a little bit bigger. Okay. So inside this unordered list, we're going to add one list. So this is going to be the number of beds. So we just say list if the listing dot bedrooms is greater than 1, so this one also we should check if it's a string or not. So in the here we can see the bathroom is a string. So in order to have the logic, we need to convert this one to number as well. So you have to be careful for this one too. The discounted price is a string. Yeah, this one is a string. But the latitude and longitude are numbers. So they are fine. But bedrooms and bathrooms, we have to be careful with them, and we just have to change them to number by just adding a plus at the beginning. So if the listing the bedrooms is greater than 1, then we want to say we add a backtick because we want to have something dynamic. So we just add the listing dot bedrooms, which is the number of listing, and then after that we want to say beds. Otherwise, if it's more than sorry, this is more than, so yeah, if it's less than 1, which or equal to 1, we want to have we just say 1 bed. Okay, so now we can see it's 5 beds. Okay, and so let's add a style too for the list. So we want it to be flex. Sorry, before adding that one, I want to add some icon here, like the one in the final version, this bed icon. So we go to React icons. We search for an icon called, we just search for bed. And I wanted this one, the font awesome bed. So I copy this. I add it to my import from the React icons /FA. So FA bed. Let's come back to our previous position. Use Alt arrow back, arrow left. Alt arrow left brings you to the previous position in Visual Studio Code. Then let's add this icon here. Let's put it, you can see. So you can see the icon. Let's make the icon to be larger by using text large, and also we want to add some margin right, so have some space because we want to bring them next to each other. So we change the display to flex to bring them next to each other. We can center them vertically using item center, and for the time that this screen is so small, we don't want them to go over to this 2, for example, 5 here bits under. In order to prevent them going to the second line, we can just set the white space to no wrap. So that's for that one is for bedrooms. I feel we can copy this one safely and make the bath because it's very similar. So we copy this, bring it here. And instead of saying bedroom, we just have to change this one to bathrooms. If it's more than 1, we want to say bathrooms. And this one should be baths, or 1 bath, like this. So we have 2 baths. And the icon for the bath is, instead of bed, we search for bath and we get FA bath, this one. And we add this one to the top here. We go back to our previous position using Alt arrow left. And let's change this FA bed to FA bath. Through V. So let's see it. Okay, it's good. We need to bring them next to each other. So we need to style this UL. So we add a class name in the another list. We set the display to flags and we set the items to be center. So we assign them vertically, and we add a space between them, a space X of 2. And in the largest screen, more than mobile, I want the more space. So a space X of 10. Okay. And let's make the text to be a small. And we add a font weight of semi-bold. Okay. Looks all right. Let's move on to the next one, which is the parking. So we can safely copy the last one. And instead of bath, this one should be parking. So we just change this one to parking, and we need to import this one as well. So we go to the top. That one is coming from Font Awesome. So Font Awesome parking. And yeah, let's import the other one as well, which is FA chair for the last one. And we go back to our previous position using Alt arrow left. So this is FA parking. And for the inside, the condition is different. We say if the listing dot parking is true, we want to say, we just want to say no parking. Sorry, we should say parking. So let's delete this one. We just say parking spot. It means it has a parking. Otherwise, we just say no parking. Like this. Or just make it smaller too. It doesn't. So parking spot we have. So that's fine. Let's copy this and make this one for the furnished as well. So for the icon, we use FA chair. And if the listing that furnished is true, we want to say furnished. Otherwise, we want to say not furnished. Okay. So that was it for this section. So in the next section, we're going to add the button for contacting the landlord. So if you look at the final version, in some of the, so if we sign out, and for example, we go here, we have the ability to contact the landlord. And when we click on this button, a form is pops up or comes here, which say contact this person for this title, and we can add our message. And if we click on the send message, this is going to redirect us to our default mail, and we can mail the person. So in the next section, we are going to add this. So for now, we have finished this part. Let's add this one to the GitHub. So we open the GitHub using source controller using Ctrl-Shift-G. We add our modification, and we make a message. We just say add the listing information to the listing page, and we push it to GitHub. Let's go to GitHub and we refresh our GitHub repository. We should see a new commit now, which is created 10 seconds ago. So we click on our commits, and the last one is add the listing information to the listing page. And the changes we have done here is we have imported some icons from a Font Awesome, for example, FA Share, FA Map, Marker, FA Bid, FA Bath, Parking, and etc. And we have added some parts. For example, if we just added the name, and if the offer is true, we added the discounted price. Otherwise, we added the regular price. And also, if it's rent, we want to add the /months at the end of the price. For the address, we have added an icon from Font Awesome, and we added the listing.address after that. If the listing is rent, we want to add the tag rent. Otherwise, we want to add the tag sale. And if there is an offer, we want to add the discount here. In order to subtract them, we change them. We have changed them from a string to number using this plus sign. So that was very important. And then we added the description. After the description, we have added the number of beds, baths, the parking, and the furnished status. So the condition for the bedrooms, we have also converted to number, and we have checked if it's more than one, we added the beds at the end. Otherwise, we have just say bed. For the bath, we have done the same things, and for the parking, we have checked a status of the parking and furnished. So we just use this condition to show the parking spot or no parking or furnished or not furnished. So in the next section, we're going to work on this contact landlord part. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the information section of the listing page. In this section, we're going to create a button here for letting the users contact the owner of this listing. As I show you inside the final version, if the person is not the owner, can see this section. So we need to have a protection for this. Now, if you refresh, we see a button, contact landlord, but as soon as we click on it, we don't see that button anymore, but instead we see a form with the text area and also another button with a different message, with different text. Okay, in order to achieve that, we need to actually sign in with another person. Now, this person is the owner of this listing. So we need to sign in with another person. First thing first, I want to copy this link's URL. So I copy this link address. I sign out. And then I go inside this listing page again. So now that user is seeing this listing, is not the owner of the listing and can have a contact with the owner. So we can start by creating this button first, this contact landlord button. So we go to the listing.jsx. Let's just after this UL and inside the div here, we're going to add that button. So we need to add a button and the type. We don't need to add type actually to it. We want to add an on-click to this button. So we create a button and we're going to say contact landlord. And we need to style this. So I bring this one here on the right side so you can see the button here. Let me close the Explorer section using Ctrl+B. And just pay attention to here as I'm changing the styles. So we add a class name to add Tailwind CSS classes. And I just add a padding X of 7, padding Y of 3. We change the background color to blue, 600. And after that, now you can see that change in real time. Now we change the text color to be white so we can see it better. And we set the font weight to be medium, which is I believe that font weight 500. Yeah, let's continue for the styles, and we set the text to be small and uppercase. We want to have an uppercase because in all our website we use uppercase for buttons. We want to have consistency. Let's make it rounded in the corners, and then we add a shadow of medium. But when we hover over it, we want to have the background color of blue, 700, and also we want to have a bigger shadow. So we want to have shadow large. This hover should have a clone here. So you can see the difference now. So for the focus, actually, we can add the focus, but as we are clicking on this, the button is going to go away. So we don't see the button after clicking it. So there's no point of adding, for example, the active for it. But We just add the focus now. And we just add the background color to be blue, but this time instead of 600, we're going to change it to 700. And also for the shadow, we're going to have the large shadow when we focus on the button. And we set the width to be full. And finally, we want to bring the text to the center. It's already in the center, but we just in case, we add text center. And we add a transition for the hover effect. So transition with the duration of 150 milliseconds, and with ease in and out effect, like this. It looks okay, but as you can see, we're still having it outside. This is going to be fixed after we just fix this heights. So I'm gonna remove the height of 400, 200 later. So just for now, that is okay. And I think that's it for the button. For the functionality, we want to add, as I mentioned, we want to add some on-click to add or remove a piece of state that is going to show a form instead of the button. And also, if the person is an owner, cannot see this button as well. So we need to put this button inside. So let's put it first inside a div. So I just bring it inside this div. And first thing first, I want to add a margin top of 6 so that we have some space here. And the other things I want to do is just put this div inside. I close this div. I want to put this div inside a condition. So I want to check that if the current user is the owner of this listing. We already have listing, so we have just used the use effect to have this listing. So we have the listing, and we know who is the owner of this, which is user ref. And so you can see it here. But we want to add a condition. We just want to say, if this one is not equal to the person who is authorized or the current user who is signed in, we don't want to see this one. But for getting that one, we need to use off. So we just say off.current user. But I think we haven't created off yet here. Yeah, we don't have off. So we're going to import off from Firebase /off, and we or this one is get off. Sorry, this one is get off, but we need to initialize off here. So here at the top, I'm going to create the off, which is equal to get off, and we need to call it. Okay. Now we have the off. So inside that condition that we have created, let me go back using Alt arrow back. Okay. So we have alt.current user .uid. So this is the ID. If it's not equal to this one, we want to see the button. But in case that the page loaded faster than that, we want to protect this one. we don't get an error. So we add a question mark. As you can see, the page wasn't loaded first. But instead of adding loading, we can just protect it because it's not important that button to be waited for the loading. We just can protect it by adding a question mark. Now, if this condition is okay, we want to see the button. So we need to bring this div inside that. Okay, now you can see that the landlord, we can see the button, but as we sign in with the same person, so I continue with the Gmail account that have created that listing, which is this account, sahan.gha. Now, if you go to that listing, which is here, we don't see that button anymore. Okay. So let's copy this one again and sign out. So we keep continue creating this landlord button. So now we have the button, but when we click on it, we want to active a piece of a state that is going to remove this button and is going to add a component, which is the content landlord that we are going to create that has this form instead. Okay. So let's create that piece of state. So here at the bottom of this, so I'm going to create that state that we can call it contact landlord. And we need to set this with this function, set contact landlord. And this is going to be equal to use a state hook. And the initial value for this would be false. Because we want it, we don't want to see the form first. And then let's go back to the previous section using Alt arrow left. Okay, now we want to have a on-click to the button. So I'm going to open this. So in the button, we're going to add an on-click event listener that is going to call a function and set the landlord set contact landlord. Instead of false, if we click on it, we want to make it true. Okay. Now let's test this. So I'm going to open the dev tool and I'm going to go to the React dev tool. So inside the listing, we have, let's test it. I cannot see the button now. Okay. When we click on it, let me go to choose this button and we go to components. Okay, now we see the states. So let me click on it first. So when we click on this state changes to true. Okay. So this is working. Now, when this is true, we want to remove this button. So we want to add another condition here. So this is going to, if the contact landlord is true, we want to see it. When it's, sorry, this is when it's false, we can see the button, but when it's true, we cannot see the button. So when we click on it, we cannot see the button. So contact landlord, let me check. Yeah, we need to add another ampersand. So this two conditions should be satisfied. So when we click on the button, we cannot see the button anymore. So 1, 2, 3, I click. Okay, gone. So we cannot see the button anymore. Okay, let's refresh the page to load the button again. Now we want to work on the form. But I don't want to put it all inside here. I want to create another component and we just want to call that component instead. All right, let's create the component. We can open the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. And in the component folder, we're going to create a new component and we call it contact.jsx. And here we create a React functional component using RFC and using our ES7 snippets. So we press the first auto suggestion to get a React functional component and we just, I think I misspelled it. Okay, let me fix this. It should be contact. Okay, contact. Yeah, that's okay. And inside our listing.jsx, we can just add it just after this URL. And just inside this div, after this, we can just say if the contact landlord is true, then show this component, which we are going to create later. So the it's called contact, and we can import it from the folder components/contact. Okay, let's see in our website. Now, if you click on this icon, we should see this button. We should see that component. Okay, now see the component. It's just say contact. Okay, let's continue and complete this component. Let's close the Explorer section using Ctrl-B. And we go to contact.jsx to complete our component. The things we need to do is just use a useEffect hook to get the information from our database. First, we need to check if the landlord is existed. And if it exists, we need to get its name and email. So we can use it inside here too. And just give the information. And if the person is sure, we can contact the person. So inside this function, we're going to create a useEffect which is going to come from React. And this is going to take a function and dependency. We just keep it empty for now. And we need to get the landlord information. So as the requesting from database, we need to use await because it's returning a promise. We need to use a asynchronous function. And for creating a synchronous function, because we cannot do it in use effect, we cannot change this function. We need to create a function here, asynchronous function, and we need to call it just at the bottom of the use effect. So this function is called get landlord, and this is going to call a function, and we need to call this function. We need to call this get landlord function here. So, okay. So we need to create a reference, which is the address of our database that we want to fetch. So we call it docref, and we can use the doc from Firestore, which gets the DB, which is coming from the Firebase file. And the collection we want to get the information is users. And the user we want to get the data is user ref. But how do we get this user ref? We have it inside the listing.jsx. We have the listing information, and inside the listing we have the user data. We can pass this data as a prop here when we are calling this component contact. So inside here, I'm going to add the user ref, which is equal to listing dot user ref. And also we want to pass the listing too, because we want to get the listing information as well. Okay. And now we can get them as a props inside the contact.jsx here. So we can destructure it. So we can get the props here, or we can just destructure it like this, and we just get the user ref as well as the listing. Okay. Now, so we define the address. Now we can just use the get doc to get the document. So this is going to give us the snapshot. So we can call it doc snap, and which is a piece of information we're getting. And we need to await and use get doc, which is coming from Firestore, which takes the address, the reference, which is docref. Okay, now we have the doc snap, and if the person exists, if the doc snap dot exists, we use this method to find out. Then we want to just set the landlord. So we need to define here. We need to define a piece of hook here, piece of state using user state hook. So we just call this one landlord, and we use set landlord to change the information. This is going to be equal to use state, which is coming from React. And the initial value will be null. So we don't have it initially, but if the person exists, we're going to fill it here using set landlord. And this is going to be equal doc snap dot data. But if this does not exist, otherwise, we just want to toast an error. So we use toast, which is coming from React Toastify. We pass an error. We just say could not get landlord data. Okay. And user ref, because it's telling us you use user ref as a dependency here. So we need to add it as a dependency here as well. So now we can show it here. For example, we can here say landlord, and it should be lowercase, dot email. Let me check. Yeah, this one should be lowercase too in the hook. Okay. So now, if we click on this button, we should see the information, but yeah, it seems that's not working. So let me open the console and see the error. Okay, let's clear the console. We refresh the page. So we click on this icon. So we're getting the error. Okay. Because when we are getting the information, sometimes before getting the data from the database, we are showing it inside the here. So we need to protect here. So instead of directly saying that one, we can say if the landlord is not equal to null, then show the landlord.email. So now let's try it. So now we are getting the email. Okay. Let's try it again. Click on the contact landlord. We get the email. You can see a little bit delay. That's why we need to protect this one. Okay. Okay, let's complete this form and make it like the one in the final version. So we need to have a variable and just say contact the person for these listing names. That's why we have imported the listing as a props. And we need to have a piece of state for the message, and we can send it by clicking on this message. So let's continue and complete it. So we changed this div to an empty string, empty fragment, sorry. And then here we can return a div. And inside the div, we're going to have a paragraph firstly saying contact the landlord dot name. Let's see. Yeah, contact Sahan. So you're getting the name. And after that, for the listing name, which is the listing dot name, but we want it all to be lowercase because it's in the middle, so we can so if you can see here, this is a capitalize the first word, as you can see from here. We can convert it to lowercase with just saying to lower case. This one should be like this. To lowercase. L should be capitalized too. And we need to call this function. Okay, now we can see it here correctly. Okay, now we have this paragraph. After that, we can just add another div. And inside the div, we're going to have a text area. The text area is going to have a name, which is message. The ID is going to be message. And for the, we don't have columns, just the one row, just the 2 rows. And the value would be message too, but we need to create the message at the top, the piece of state or message. This is similar to the one we did for the form data, but here we just have one input. So we can create the piece of state called message at the top. We create a constant and we call it message. And we use set message to change this. And this is going to be to equal to use state. And the initial value would be an empty string. Okay. Let's come back to the text area. So after setting the value, we need to add an unchange. So unchange is going to unchange event lesson is going to call a function called unchange that we need to define now. So here, just after the use effect, we're going to create a function. We call it unchange. And this is very simple. We just get the event here and we just set the message piece of state to e.target.value, which is coming from the form. Okay. Now whatever we write down in this text area is going to be saved in the message piece of state. After completing the text area, actually we need to style it. But first, before that, we just let's create a button. So after this div, we're going to create a button, but we want a button to redirect the person to mail the landlord. So we need to use an anchor tag here. And the anchor tag has the href that is going to be dynamic because we want to email the person. So we need to add a backtick here. And this is going to mail to. We add a colon and we're going to mail to a dynamic email address, which is coming from landlord.email. Okay. And then the subject for this one. So after this, we're going to just put the question mark here. And the subject for the email would be equal to another variable, which is the listing.name. And for the body, we need to add an ampersand. And for the body, we're going to have another variable, which is the message we are getting from the form. Okay, the ampersand is ready. Inside the ampersand, we're going to have a button. And the button is just say send message. Okay. So let's try this. So we just write a message here, for example, hello, I'm asking for your listing. And we click on send message. That this is going to open your default mail, which for me is this program in Windows. And this is going to set the destination mail to the landlord mail. The subject is the title of the listing. And we get the message here. And also you have the signature, if you have the signature in your mail. Okay, the functionality is working. So we need to just style this now. Okay. So for the styling, first start with the paragraph here, or we just set the div here first. For now, we just set it to be flex, and we set the flex direction to column, and we set the width to be full. Okay, now for the paragraph, we set the margin top of 3. So we add some space for the top. Or, yeah, I feel more space even better. Margin top 6 would be better. Okay. Seems like we don't see effect. We just add it to this div then. Oh, because this is a component, you cannot add the margin top more than that. So we can add this one to the listing.jsx. And that after the UL. So for the UL, we can add a margin bottom. Margin bottom of 6. Let me see. Okay, now we see the space. Okay, let's continue for our contact.jsx. So for the paragraph, so we didn't need any styling. For the text area, we add a class name here. And the style we want to add is just we set the width to be full. Okay, and then we can just padding x of 4 and the padding in the y-axis of 2. We set the text to be larger, so x large. And after that, we can set the color of the text to be gray 700. And for the background, we set it to be white. We add a border and we set the border color to be gray 300. We set it to be rounded with some corners. Then we add a transition with the duration of 150 milliseconds and ease in and out effect. When we focus, we want the text to be gray 700 and background color to be white as well. And also when we focus on it, we want to change the border color to be a slate 600. Okay, when we click, we see the border is different. Okay, now let's style this button. So we add a class name to the button. And the type of the button, before forgetting, should be submit because we're submitting a form. Oh, sorry, we're not submitting a form. We're just opening the mail too. So the type would be button for that. Okay. So for the class name, we add a padding X of 7 and padding Y of 3. We change the background color to be blue and 600. We set the text color to be white. We make it rounded. We set the text to be a small and uppercase. And we add a shadow of medium. But when we hover over it, we want to change the background color to be blue. But this time, instead of 600, we set it to be 700. And also when we hover over it, we want to change the shadow instead of medium to large. And for the focus, we want to do the same thing. So I just open this one. I copy the hover. And for the focus would be the same things. And we can add the same things for the active as well. But for the active, I want this even to be more, 800. So we can add a transition with the duration of 150 milliseconds and with the ease in and out effect. We set the width to be full and we bring the text to the center using text center. Okay. Now it's completed. Okay. For the here, I want to add some margin top and bottom for the text area. This div. So margin top of 3 and margin bottom of 6. I think that's it. That looks okay. And for the bottom, let's add some margin. So margin bottom of 6. Okay. Okay, now we can remove the limit for this and we just cover all of them. So we go to listing.jsx and here, after just I show you from the top. So from the top, we have the swiper. So we close the swiper. After swiper, we have a div for sharing. After that, we have a div that is covering both of the listing and the map. Okay. And after that, we have a div that is for this part. So we can remove here the 200 pixels limit like this. And now we can see this section. Let's refresh the page. Okay. You see the button when we click, we should see a form that we can submit. And now we are ready to do the map actually, but we do it in the next section. And it looks okay. Yeah. So let's add everything to the GitHub using source control. So I use Ctrl-Shift-G and I add these changes that we have done. And the message for these changes would be create the landlord contact component. Okay, now we push this one to GitHub and we go to our GitHub page. We go to the main page. As you can see now, we have 22 commits. No, actually, it didn't come. Yeah, 23 commits. And the last one is create the landlord contact component. So we have used the use effect to get the get landlord information inside the contact.jsx. And we filled the landlord piece of state with that data we are fetching from the database. Then, if the landlord exists and if it's not equal to null, we are going to have that contact information for the listing, the text area, and the button. And the button is inside an anchor tag, which is going to redirect the person to the mail software with this email, and the subject would be this one with the body of the message. And inside the listing.jsx, we have imported that contact.jsx file. We got the get off, and also we have created a button here. So when we click on the button, we're going to change the contact landlord piece of state from true to false. So it's going to disappear this button. And also we have a condition: if the person is visiting this page, should not be the owner of that listing page. Okay, so if this contact landlord is true, we're going to have that contact component that we have created. And we're going to pass some data, the user ref and also the listing information. Okay, that was it for this section, that we have all that information. Also, we have the ability to contact the landlord. In the next section, we are going to complete this page by adding this map. This map is going to get the latitude and longitude information of that listing from this address that we have converted from the Google geolocation API. By using those information, it's going to show it inside the map, and also we're going to add this marker, which when we click, we see the address, and also we have the ability to zoom out or zoom in the place. Okay, see you in the next section for this map functionality. All right, in the last section, we have completed the contact landlord functionality. In this section, we're going to complete the map section. So this is going to finish the listing page. So in order to have the map similar to one in the final version, we need to install a package called leaflet. As you can see from here, if I zoom it a little bit, you can see we are using a package from leaflet.js.com, and we're going to use the free version of that, and then we're going to use a package called react-leaflet to connect this one to our React application. So first thing first, we need to install it. So we go to Google and we search for React leaflet. And in the search result, we go to a website called react-leaflet.js.org. As you can see, we can just have a component called map container, which has the tile layer. This one is for attribution to the owner of the leaflet. So we get this one and on the bottom. And we add a marker here with the position. And also we have a pop-up that when we click, we have this address in the top. So for getting started, we need to install React Leaflet and also Leaflet. So we go back to our website and we can stop the server using Ctrl+C and using Y. Let me clear the here using CLS. And here we just install two packages. First is the leaflet. And then we have leaflet react-leaflet. So after installing them, we're going to do two things. First thing first, we need to add the CSS of this leaflet to our index.css. Sorry, index.html. We need to add a link to it. It's a CDN. It's not the code. So we go to index.html, which is inside the public folder index.html. We go back to Google and we search for leaflet.js. So we need to go to a website called leaflet.js.com, a JavaScript library for interactive maps. And if you go to the tab called download, we're going to see a CDN for that. So we need to just copy the top link here to the end. And we go back to index.html and we just paste it somewhere on the top of the title. Okay, I think I didn't copy it. So I do it again. Okay, I paste the link. So this is the first step. Let me start the server again. npm start. And we can just now close the index.html. We don't need the header or contact. So in the listing.jsx now, inside the div that was for the map and it had the background blue, we can delete the background blue now and we can start coding inside this div. So we're going to have the same things that we saw inside the React leaflet. Okay. So let me refresh this page. Okay, now everything is the same, but we don't have the blue background. And we can just copy this map container or other things. So we just copy this one and we go back and paste it here, but we need to change some of the things. For example, for the okay, everything is okay. For the center, instead of having the position, we're going to have that listing dot latitude and listing dot longitude, LNG and LAT. And also we need to import them as well. So we need to import map container from react-leaflet, tile layer from react-leaflet. We need to import marker from react-leaflet and also the pop-up. Okay, now we shouldn't get an error, but it says position is not defined. This one, the position inside the marker should be the same things. Should be that listing dot latitude and listing dot longitude, like this. But they should be inside a bracket, not the parentheses. So let me delete this. Okay. So now if you check our website and refresh the page, we cannot see anything. Let's check the console using F12 to see the error. Okay. The error invalid latitude, longitude. Okay, let me check. Okay, the latitude and longitude wasn't inside the listing. It was inside the geolocation. So it was listing.geolocation.lat. So we have done it like this. That's why we cannot have access to it. So I fixed this one as well. Now we check the website. Okay. Now we don't get an error. Let me clear the console and refresh it again. Okay, but we don't see the map yet. So we need to continue for this one. For example, for the map, we need to add a style, the container. I want to add a style, and the style is just the height. I set it to be 100%. And the width as well. Because if we don't have height and width, we cannot see anything. So this one should be 100% as well. Now we see the map. But still small, this is small. Because we have limited this height and here, the 200 and 400. I feel if I delete this one now, yeah, we should get a full size. And let me make it smaller. So in the mobile size, we don't see it anymore. I think we just, for the mobile size, we have this 200. That is okay. I think we get it here. Let me refresh again. Okay, we're getting the map. It's just connected to here. Let me add some margin top here. So margin top of 6. Okay, that's fine. But for the large size, we can change this 400 to 600. I want it to be bigger when it's in the no. Let me see the final version. The final version is like this. Okay. What about the small screen? Okay, small screen is the same, 200. But for the large, let's make it 100% instead. Oh, let me remove it. Oh, okay. I missed the height actually. In the large, we want the height to be 100%. Okay, sorry about that. So, or this one should be, I think, colon as well. Okay, yeah. So now we cannot see it, but let's change this one to 400 pixel. Okay, now we can see it correctly. And for margin top, I just want to add the margin top in the small screen. So in the large screen and above, I don't want any margin top. Okay, so now they are next to each other. Let's refresh the page. So that is correct. Let's see it inside the mobile size. That is good too. So we have this one in the mobile size, but after the tablet size, we see this one. Okay. Yeah, we need to change this one. Instead of large, I change this one to medium. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Yeah, the margin top just after the medium, I make the margin top 0. So here, but we need some space between them. So I just, after medium size, I add a margin left of 1, for example, or 2. Okay. That's fine. Okay. That's it for the map section. I think that's enough. You can work more on the CSS if you like by trying and error, but I don't want to waste more time on this part. We can keep going to the home page for the next section, and we make the home page like this. So we're going to have a slider with the title, with the price, and we're going to have the recent offers, places for rent, and places for sale separately. So let's add this one to the GitHub using Ctrl+Shift+G. So we have installed 2 packages. So we need to add the package.json as well. And we have added a link to the index.html and also updated. So I just add everything. And for the message, I just say add a map to the listing page using leaflet. Okay, using leaflet and react-leaflet. Okay, we just add this one to the GitHub and we can just now review what we have done so far in this section. So if you refresh the page, we should see a new commit. Now we have 24 commits. And the last one is add map to the listing page using leaflet and react-leaflet. So inside this section, we have installed two packages called leaflet and react-leaflet. And we have added a link to its CSS inside the index.html. For the listing.jsx, we have imported four things: map, container, marker, pop-up, and tile layer from react-leaflet. And inside the map container, we have added the latitude and longitude from our listing, and we put them in a bracket. We set the style here, and also this is for the attribution. So we just copied this one, and this is going to be added here in the bottom. Because we are using a free version, we need to link to the original website. And after that, we have a marker, just positioning the marker. As you can see from the final version, we have a marker exactly on the address. And for the pop-up, actually we didn't fix the pop-up. So for the pop-up, if we click here, we just see this message, but instead we could add the address. So I forgot to add this one. So let me just fix this one quickly. So for the pop-up, we can just add the address by just saying listing.address. Okay. Let me see it now. If you click now, we see the address. Okay, let's modify this. So we just say fix leaflet pop-up. And then I push it to GitHub. Okay. So and now we have just added a fix as well, I think. Yeah. Okay, we just deleted this and added the listing.address instead. Okay, that was it for the functionality for our map inside the listing page using leaflet package. So in the next section, we're going to start working on the home page. So slider would be the same, but it's a bit more complicated because we have the title, we have the prices, and also when we click on the image, we're going to be redirected to that specific page. So we're going to work on it in the next section. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the listing page. We have added the map to our page as well. In this section, we're going to work on the home page. If you look at the final version, the home page is just a slider at the top. Then we have 4 listing from the offers, 4 listing from the places for rent, and 4 listing from places for sale. For seeing our listing, I needed to have more than 1 listing, so I added a couple of listings for myself, around I think 12 or 16 listings I have added. If you want to have kind of this listing for yourself, you can just come to the final version that I'm gonna add in the resource section. So you just click on the listing and you can copy the name, the address. These are all the real address and description, or you can just put it randomly. And for the pictures, I have found the pictures from the internet, like unsplash.com, or you can just find it inside the Google Images as well. All right, so we go to the home page. The home page is completely empty. We just have home here. And as the slider is a bit complicated for the home page, for example, for each listing, the slider was just the images of the place. And if you click on them, nothing's happened. But for the home page, this is the first page of the 5 previous listing, the first image. It has the title, it has the price, and also when we click on the image, we're going to be redirected to that particular listing. So in that case, I want to add a component called a slider, and I want to add that one to the home page instead of just directly coding everything inside the home.jsx. So we go to the Explorer section using Ctrl-Shift-E. Inside the home page, which is completely empty now, we're going to add a slider component. So inside the components folder, I'm going to create a new component and I call it a slider.jsx. So we can use RFC to create a React functional component using the ES7 module extension that we have installed at the beginning of the course. So I click here to get the auto suggestion. So we have created the component now. Now we can add it to the home .jsx. So here, instead of just saying home, I'm going to import the slider. We can auto import it here from the components folder /slider. And we can close. Okay, now if we go to our final version, we see slider instead of home. The things we want to do is to create a use effect hook to get the information of the first for the first 5 listings, and we only get the first image. So we're going to add a use effect here. So we add a use effect, and we need to import it from React. The use effect has a function and dependency, and dependency for that, just we add an empty bracket. Just we want to fetch one time, so we add a bracket. If you don't put a bracket, it's going to just get the information and call this function frequently. Okay. So after that, we're going to create a asynchronous function because we want to use await, because we're getting a promise from the database using getDocs. So we create a asynchronous function and we call this function fetch listings. because this is just a plural. We want to get the first 5 listing. And this is going to be called here at the bottom of the use effect. So for now, you just know why we are doing that, because we cannot make this function asynchronous. We're adding a function here and calling it here. This is the reason we are adding another function. First thing first, we need to add a reference, which is the address of that place inside the database. We want to get the data from the collection called listings. So we're going to create a reference called listings ref, and we can use collection from Firestore, which takes DB and listings, which is the name of the collection. After that, we're going to create a query. So we call the query queue, and we use the query method from Firestore. So we need to import it from Firestore as well. And the query is going to take the listing refs that we have created here, as well as some other things, because we want to order them and get the first 5. So we just use the order by, which is coming from Firestore as well. And the order by is going to order it by timestamp, and we want it descending. Descending means the one that is created earlier, it's going to be first. And we want to also, after the order by, we want to limit that, which is coming from Firestore 2, to 5. Because otherwise we get all of them instead of the first 5. In our final version now, so now we're getting an error because we haven't imported DB. So we just get the DB first. DB is coming from Firebase. Okay. In the final version, now we have 16 listings. So we're going to get the first 5 listing that is created, these 5s. Okay. So I'm going to console log them, and you can see them here. So we have created a query. After the query, we're going to get the data using the snap. So we create a constant called query snap, or you can call it anything, doc snap or whatever. So in this section, I just call it query snap. This is going to await, and we can use get docs method from Firestore to get the document, which takes this query that we have created here. Now we get the information. We create a variable called listings, and we put it just as an empty bracket, and then we're going to fill it up using the for each method. So this query snap is the 5 things. Okay. So we're going to use for each to get each of them. So each of them gives us a doc, and we can just return listings, this one that we have created, dot push. We want to push each document to that one. So we're going to push as a object, because we want to get the ID as well. So the ID would be doc.id, and for the data, this is going to be doc.data. Okay. Now we have the listing filled. So now we can create a piece of a state, and then we fill that state with this variable. So here we are going to create, at the top of the users effect, we're going to create a piece of state called listings, and we can change this one using set listings. Okay, and this is going to be equal to use a state hook, which is coming from React, and the first and initial value is just null. Okay, and then after getting the information and putting in this variable, we're going to set the listing here. Just after the query snap dot for each, we're going to say set listings dot, we're calling that function, and we set this listing variable inside that piece of state. Okay. So let's console log this listings. So now inside the home page, let's open the console using F12. Okay, now we got an array with the 5 elements, and each of them is a different listing. So the first one is, just want to show you the name. Okay, so the first one is a stunning place to live. And if you go to the profile, you see the first one is a stunning place to live. Okay, the second one is, the name is family home in a central. So family home in a central. Okay, so we are fetching the first 5 or the latest 5 listings. But the problem is we didn't add any loading effect, because if you look at the final version, when we refresh the page, first a spinner comes and then the page comes. We don't want, before the page loaded completely, we don't have any data. So we're going to get an error if we do that. So here we need to add another piece of the state for loading. So I just create another piece of state and call it loading, and I use set loading to change this state of this, and we use a state, and the initial value would be false. And as soon as, the initial value, I think it would be true. Okay, this would be true, because first we come to the website, we don't have any data, so yeah, it's true. But after setting the listing, and we can just delete this console log, and instead we can just set the loading to false. Always write the false plus. Okay, false. And instead of returning the slider here, if the loading is true, we want to return the slider instead of this. So we're going to import the spinner from components /spinner. And let's see. So now we go to the home page, we see the spinner, and then it comes. And then also, if we don't have any listings, so this one would be null. So we need to have that condition too. So if the listing dot length is equal to 0, then we want to return just an empty fragment. So this is a condition maybe happens when you create your website and give it to your customer. It is completely empty. So they're going to get an error if there is no listing. Or if something happened and the database didn't respond, so you don't get any listing, so you're going to return an empty fragment. Okay. Now, just here, instead of, let me see. I think I made a completely mistakes. I want to add this one all in the slider.jsx, not here. Sorry about that. So it's okay. We just can cut it and put it there. So from here to the top here, we just cut everything and put it in the slider. And also whatever we have imported, let me bring this one down. So we need to cut these things except the slider and put it at the top of the slider. I don't know why I put it inside the home, because I have created this component to have everything here. Okay. Let's see, we should get the same result, no problem. Okay. And okay, so here, instead of just saying slider, and we just make this one an empty fragment. And if the listings exist, so we need to just okay, just let me so we can return like this. And if the listings exist, and then we want to return this empty fragment. So inside the empty fragment, we're going to loop through the listings. So listings dot map, and this is going to give us each listing. And here we just have for now an h1 with a key of listing dot id. And also inside this, we want to just get the first image. So listing dot data dot img URLs, because it's plural, and then we get the first image. So now we should, let me refresh the page. So we're not getting anything. Let me check. Okay. So listings dot map. Maybe this one. Let me just delete this one for now. Okay, that is not a problem. So listing.data.img URLs, we get the first one. Let me open the console using F12 to see which error we are getting. So we refresh the page. So there's no error. All right, I found a problem. Just let me bring it back to the normal. So here, instead of the curly braces, we need to return it directly. So we need to add a parenthesis. Otherwise, we need to write down return again. So let's refresh it. So here, so we don't need to add this semicolon. Okay. Now after the spinner, we should see the images for the URL. This is first, second, third, fourth, and the fifth image. Okay. Now we have the image URLs. Now we can complete the slider, and we show these images as a slider inside the home page. So we can now just complete a slider in the home page. So I'm just gonna, instead of this, we're going to add the swiper. Okay. So swiper, first thing first, we need to import some stuff. So inside the slider.js X, at the top, we're going to import a couple of things. For example, we need to import the swiper. And these are coming from swiper/react. So I'm going to auto import it. And also we need to have swiper slide. And also we need to import swiper core and some effects that we're going to use, which is effect fade. Then we have autoplay. After that, we have navigation. Then we have the pagination. And these are all coming from the swiper, just swiper, not swiper/react. And after that, we need to import the CSS bundle. So we need to just import swiper/CSS/bundle. Then we need to import, okay, for now that is enough. And here in the return, first thing first, we need to initialize it. So just after, just above the user fact, we're going to use swiper core.use to initialize swiper. So this is all going to be inside a bracket. We want to initialize the autoplay. We want to have navigation and pagination. So now we can use them inside our project. So here, instead of returning this one, we are going to put this listing inside the swiper. So I'm just gonna cut this for now. And here we're going to add this swiper. We're going to close it. And inside this swiper, we're going to have that listing.map. And instead of just getting listing, we can just destructure it and get the data and the ID. And we can just, instead of just H1, we're going to use the swiper slide. And the swiper slide is going to have everything inside. That's, for example, the title and other things. This swiper, as we are using map, it should have a key. And the key is going to be that ID here because it's unique. And then it's going to have an onClick that is going to navigate to the person to that listing page. So we're going to, we need to initialize navigate to. So here we just create a constant and we call it navigate. And this is going to be equal to use navigate from the React router -DOM. So, and then we need to call this navigate. Here in the slide, we're going to have an onClick. And this onClick is going to return a function that is going to navigate the person to that particular listing page, which is a dynamic. It's inside the category / depends on the type. So we need to add a $, and data.type and / the ID. So the ID is dynamic too. So we just make like this, we get the ID. Now we are able to redirect the person to that page. Now we need to add the div. So we can add the image, and also we want to add some 2 paragraphs for the title and the price of the listing. So we add a div here, empty div. For this div, there's nothing inside, but it has some styles. So here we add a style, and this style is going to have a background image, which is dynamic as well. This is equal to URL, and we open a set of parentheses. And in order to have a dynamic one, we add a $, and here we just add the address, which was, if you remember, it was data.img URLs, and we want to get the first image. Okay. And so we got the background. We want it to be also center, and also we don't want any repeat for the image. So no repeat. Okay, after the background, we're going to have another things, which is background. Yeah, background size. We want to set the background size to be cover as well. So we want to keep the aspect ratio of the thing. So background size. Yeah, we need to add a comma here between the 2 styles. Let me check again. No, this one should be inside this. Okay, now it's correct. So we have the style, and also let's add. So let's see that we're getting anything here or not. Still, we cannot see it because probably it doesn't have a style. So here we just add a class name, and we want to set the width to be full, and we set the height to be 300 pixels, and we set the overflow to hidden. Now probably we can see the images. Okay. This is the first image. I think the first listing is this one, and should be a slide between these 5 listings. But we only see the first one because we didn't have the auto play or other things. So inside this swiper, we need to add some attributes as well. So the attributes we need to add is a slides preview, this one. Sorry, slides per view should be 1. Then we want to have the navigation. Also, we want to have pagination. We don't need a comma here. For the pagination, we need to set the type to be progress bar. And we need also an effect, and the effects for this would be fade. And we want to use a module called effect fade. So we just use that one as well. Yeah, it should be capitalized. And finally, we want to set the autoplay. And we set the autoplay and we set the delay to be 3000. Okay, now we have this here, but we don't have the progress bar. Let me see, progress bar. The type is equal to prog. I think I made some. That is correct, progress bar. Let me see. We have pagination. Pagination. So pagination is correct. And also we have imported it as well. So swiper core.use. So everything is correct. Let's see, we refresh the page. Okay, now we see the progress bar at the top. So we can see the images now at the top. And if you click, for example, here, let me see, for example, in this image, if I click, we go to that particular listing page. Let's come back again to the home page, and the first one is this. Okay, so the slider is working perfectly. So we have successfully added, but we need to add this title here and also the prices as well. So here, just under the slider, inside a slider.js, after this div, we are going to have, first thing first, we want to add this relative here. And we want to position these 2 paragraphs we are going to add as a absolute and position it inside this div. So here we add a paragraph, and this paragraph is going to be data.name. Okay, we should see it here. All of them is now under each other. So we should, okay. We need to style it. So here we just add a class name. And first thing first, we want to have the text color to be F1 FAEE with this color, and we set the position to be absolute, and we set it to be left one, and also bottom. Oh, sorry, this is left one, and this one should be top 3. Okay, so let's see that we can have, okay, we can see it here. Okay, now we see that one. Well, let's continue styling it. I wanted to have a font weight of medium, and we set the maximum width to be 90%, and we set the background color to be just 45. This is all my preference. You can style your website whatever you want. So this is the things I found by try and error. So you can see here, maybe refresh the page. Okay, it doesn't have background still. Oh, we need to add a hashtag here. Okay, now we have the background. And after the background, let me just add a shadow of large. Then we have an opacity of 90%. And also padding of 2. And also let's make it rounded. But I don't want it to be rounded everywhere. In the top right, I want to have a 2x large. Oh, sorry, in the bottom right. That is for the next one. So the bottom right should be 3XL. Okay, let's check. So you see, we have only the rounded corner here. So in this place, we don't have. So that's fair enough and enough styling for this. So let's do the same things for the other part. For the prices, we can just copy this one and we change it a little bit. For example, the background color, I want it to be different. I want it to be red. So the color would be for this E6, 39, 46. And the font, instead of medium, I want it to be semi-bold. And rounded, instead of bottom right, I want it to be top right, to be 3XL. And also, instead of top 3, let's make this one bottom 1. So because I want it to be in the bottom. Okay. Now we see it here, but still showing the name. We want the price here. So instead of saying data.name, we should check if it's an offer. We want to see the discounted price. Otherwise, we want to see the regular price. The data. So we just say if the data dot discounted price is not null. So if it exists, use it. If it's null, use the data dot regular price. Okay, this is another way to show that. And after that, after this, we're going to just see the data. If data type is equal to rent, then we want to have that a space / months per month. Let's see. the rent is not defined. So the rent should be in a string. So now we see that one, but we don't have a dollar. So here we just add a dollar. Okay, now we have dollar. So this is a rent. So we see the per month. Okay. So everything is working perfectly. So let's add this one to the GitHub. So we can use Ctrl+Shift+G to use source control, and we add everything that we have changed, and we create a message using, we just say add a slider component to the home page. Or we can just say create a slider component and add it to the home page. And we push it to GitHub. Now, if we check our GitHub and we refresh the page, we should see a new commit. And the name of the commit should be create a slider component and add it to the home page. Okay. So we have created this component, a slider.jsx. And first thing first, we have used use effect to get the listings, and we filled a piece of state called listings by the variable called listings, which is coming from the database using getDocs. And we added another piece of state called loading. If we're still getting the data, we see the spinner. Otherwise, we see this a slider. And also, if there's no listing, we don't return anything. But if the listing exists, we're going to use this swiper to loop through the images we have that we have imported or we have fetched from the listings, and we just get the first image and show it as a background of a div. And then we have two paragraphs that showing the name of the listing and also the price of the listing. Also, inside the home.jsx, we have imported that a slider component that we have created. Okay, I have explained this one before in the previous slider. If it's still confusing, you can watch that video again. I didn't explain it more to save time. Okay, if you still have any question, you can ask me in the comment section as well. Okay, and then in the next section, we are going to get the offers, the recent offers, the first 4 offers, and put it here. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed a slider of the home page for our project. In this section, we're going to create the recent offers, places for rent, and places for sale, the first 4 listings. So if you pay attention to here, you can see that we have a div here that has a title. Then we have a button that goes to see all the offers. For example, now we just see the first 4 offers, but if you click here, we go to all of them. And then we are looping through the 4 offers that we are fetching, and we can just loop through them and show them one by one here. like this. So in order to create this, we need to go to the Visual Studio Code. And first thing first, we need to just use effect hook to fetch the listing data by just adding the reference, and then we create the query, and finally we execute the query using getDocs. This is similar to the one we did before, but for practice we're going to do it again. So we have to just go to the home page. Let's close the other sections, and here we create the use effect. But because there are many offers here, because we want to create the offers for three things. We want to create the fetching for three things: offers, rent, and sale. So I'm gonna add comments here, so to separate them, so you're gonna understand it later better. So first one is for offers. And first thing, we need to create a piece of state called offer listing or offer listings. And we can change this one using set offer listing. Then this is going to be equal to use a state hook, which is coming from React. We need to auto import it here. And the initial value for this would be null. Okay, now we need to fill this offer listing using use effect. So we just use effect, and we need to import it from React. And this is going to take a function, and we need to add a dependency. Just we add an empty bracket, so we want to execute this one once. Okay, after that, we just gonna fetch the listing. So we create a function, a synchronous function, because we are using await, which returns a promise. So we need to have a asynchronous function. So in synchronous function, and we call it fetch listing or listings. So we create the function, and we need to call this function just below there. So after that, we're going to have a try and catch. So in case we have an error, we want to have try and catch. So I add a try and catch statement using this auto suggestion. For the try, we need to have firstly the address, which is the reference. So we get the reference here, reference. And we just call this one listings ref. And we can use the collection, which is coming from Firestore, which takes the DB, which is coming from the Firebase file that we have created before. And the collection we want to target is listings. Now we have the reference. Now we can create the query. Query is the limit or the condition of that request. So we create the query, and we just call this one queue. And this is going to use the query method from Firestore, and this is going to be like this. First thing first, we get the listing graph. Then we want to say where do you want to get the information. So we just use where from Firestore, and the place we want to get is where the offer is equal. So we need to make it like this, equal to true. So if the offer is true, we're going to fetch them. So only we fetch the listings with the offer true. After that, we can just order it as well. We just use order by Firestore, and we're going to order it by timestamp. So the timestamp, and we want to order it descending, which means the one is created last, it's going to be first in the list. Like the one in the profile, you should see that these three are created before this one, so they came first, the time. So based on timestamp, we have ordered them. Okay. So we ordered them. After the order, we want to limit it. So we use the limit from Firestore, and we want to limit them to 4. We just want to fetch the first 4. So after the query, we need to get the information, and using a snapshot, so we can just execute the query. So we create a constant called query snap. And this is going to await for get docs, which is coming from Firestore as well. Get docs because it's plural. And then we just put the query. So this is going to get the information and put it inside this query. Now we need to save it inside a variable. And after that, we're going to set it inside the offer listing that we have created here. So first we create a variable called listing. We just say listings, and we set it to be an empty bracket. Empty bracket, and after that, we're going to use for each to loop through the query snap that we are getting from here. So we use for each, and this one is going to give us each document, and we're going to return the listings. This one, we're going to push each doc inside this, but we're going to push it as a object because we want to get the ID first, which is equal to doc.id. Then we want to get the data, which is equal to doc.data. So now we have everything inside these listings. Now we can just set the offer listings to these listings. Okay. Just for now, I'm going to console log this. Console log the listing. And if there is an error, we can just console log it. Console log the error as well if there is a problem. So let's go to our website and we open the console using F12. As you can see, we are getting an error, which is saying that query requires an index. as we have done before, this is a new query, so we need to create the index inside the Firebase. We just need to click on this link, and this is going to redirect us to choose the account that we have created, the Firebase, and this is going to automatically ask us to create the index. As you can see, we got create a composite index. So this is just from the listings and the offer. The fields is offer ascending, timestamp descending. So we create this index. So we need to wait a while to this one to be enabled, and after that we can see the results. So I'm gonna pause the video and I'll be back when this status is enabled. All right, now the status is enabled. So if you go back to our website now and we refresh the page, we should see, yeah, we got the result from the query we have done. So as you can see, the first one, if you look at the data, it should be, yeah, the offer is true. The offer is true. And for the next one, so for all of them, the offer is true. Okay. So now we have the information. We got the fetching. It's time for us to show it here as the one in the final version. It's very simple to do because we have already created this card. We can just use the listing item that we have created before the component listing item.jsx. We just loop through the result and give the information to this component and show it here. So it's going to be very simple. So I'm going to show you. This is the way the React works. So always you just create a component and we can use that one as many places as you wish in your project. So we go back to Visual Studio Code and just under the slider. So first, let's delete this console log. We don't want to toast an error for catching the error because it's not important actually we have these sections or not. If there is an error, this place would be empty. But if you get a notification of the error, it's going to be annoying for the users. Okay, so we're going to avoid toasting an error here. We just console log it for our own reference. So after the slide, we're going to have a div here. And inside this div, we just say if the offer listing exists and we want to see if the offer listings dot length is greater than 0. So we have an offer in our listings. If this one is true, then we want to have that section. So what we want to see here is first we want to have a head h2 saying recent offers. Then we have a link to the offers page. And finally, we have the listings. So we're going to have another div. And inside this div, let me Let me see. Just we add the h2 here, and h2 saying recent offers. So let's check it inside our final version. So we have the recent offers. I want to bring them here, just align it with the header. So in the top div that is covering everything, I'm gonna have a max width of 6XL, and I'm gonna just use MX Auto to bring them to the center, and we add some padding of 4, and I'm gonna add some space between the listings. Between these things. For example, here they have a space 1, 2, 3. So they have a space between them. So that is for them, a space Y6. So for the final version, now I brought them here, recent offers. So let me just bring this one here so you can see everything in real time. Let me close the Explorer section using Ctrl+B. And let's continue styling. For this div, I'm going to add a margin of 2 and margin bottom of 6. And for the recent offers, let's add some styling. So padding X of 3, and we make the text bigger using text 2XL, and we set, this is the one. I'm going to add some margin top too. And let's set the font weight to be semi-bold, which is font weight 600. Okay, that's it for this one. Okay, similar to the one in the final version. After the H2, we're going to have a link. We're going to have a link to the offers page, which is here. So we're going to use the link tag from the React Router DOM. So we're going to import it from React Router DOM. So let's close this. And this is going to redirect the person to the offers page. So /offers. And inside the link, we're going to have a button. You're going to have a button, or you can just have a paragraph. It doesn't matter. So let me check. So the paragraph is going to say, show more offers. Like this. And here, so if you click here, we're going to go to the offers page. So let's style this as well. We'll style this paragraph. So we have a padding X of 3. So it's going to be the same line of the title. We set the text to be small. And we're going to set the color of the text to be blue, 600. But when we hover over it, we want to have it to be blue, but 800. So it's a bit darker. So like this. When we hover over it, we see the change. But let's add a transition to, it's going to be a smooth. The transition with a duration of 150 milliseconds. And also with the ease in and out effect. So that's it for this part. And after the paragraph, we're going to loop through it, loop through the things. Now, the link, after the link, we're going to add an unordered list. Okay. And this unordered list is going to loop through the offers listings using the map. And this is going to give us each listing here. And we're going to return that listing item component that we have created. Listing item. We need to import it. So it didn't auto import. So I'm gonna, let's try again. Okay, let's open it. Let's search for items, listing items. When this is open, you can get the auto suggestion. Now we can get the auto suggestion of importing from components / listing item. Now we are getting an error because we haven't completed yet. So we need to add a key for this because we have a map, and this is going to be listing.id. Then we're going to send the data. We just set the listing to be listing.data. And for the ID, this is going to be listing.id. Now we see the offers, the 4 offers. And as you can see, it doesn't have any grid system. So we're going to add some grid system to show them in the mobile size just 1, in the tablet 2, and then 3 and 4. So in the unordered list, we're going to add a class name. And we just have 1 column first. And then for the small size and above, we want to set to be grid. And a small size and above, we want to have the grid columns, but 2 columns. So if we have a bigger screen like this, we are going to have 2 in each column. And after the large, we want to have the grid calls of 3. Then let's see, we still have 2. Sorry, calls, not class. Okay, 2. And after large, we see 3. And for the X large, we're going to have grid calls. Let me copy this. And this is going to be 4. So in the big screen, we're going to have 4 columns. You see, that was very easy. We already have the items, the listing item components. So we just had to loop through it and show it here. Now it's time to add the other fetching, like the places for rent and places for sale. So as you can see, it's completely similar, but just the query is different. So we just can copy the codes and change it a little bit to achieve these 2 sections as well. So we just bring the final version. Just let me open this. And we just need to copy. First, we copy the fetching part. So from this offer at the top to here, we're going to copy this using Alt-Shift-Arrow down. So now we're going to make it for the rent, places for rent. So these offers, we change it to places for rent. And this one should be rent listing instead. So we change this one to rent. This one should be set rent listings, and the initial value is null as well. The use effects is going to be the same. So fetch listings. The collection is the same. The address is the same for the collection, but the query is different. Instead of saying offer equals true, we're going to say where the type is equal to rent. Okay. The timestamp is descending, and also we limit this one to 4 listings as well. For the query, we get the snapshot that is similar, and we create a variable called listings, and we use for each to fill this variable with the listing ID and data. And finally, instead of set offer listing, we're going to set the rent listing to that. Probably we're going to get the same error. So let's go to the final version and we open the console. As you can see, now we need to create another query because we changed the query. Now we need to create it too. So I'm going to click on this. So this is going to redirect us to choose the account that we have created, the database. And this is going to ask us to build the new index. Similar to the one we did for the last time, we just click on create index and we're going to wait until the status is enabled. So I'm going to stop the video again and I'll be back when the status is changed. All right, the status has been changed to enabled. Now we can go back to our website. So we don't get an error, but we cannot see anything yet because we have to copy the other side as well. It's because from this offer to the end, we want to copy and change it as well. So here, from this bracket to the end, to this bracket here, so we're going to use Alt-Shift-Arrow down to copy this, and instead of saying offer listing, we're going to change this to rent listing. And this is going to be rent listing as well. And instead of saying recent offers, we can just say places for rent. Okay. And instead of saying show more offers, you can say show more places for rent. And here we should loop through the rent listing instead of offer listing. Okay. So all the other parts are similar and the link would be different as well. The link would be /category /rent. So let's check the final version. Now we should see two things. Okay, places for rent. And if you click on show more places for rent, we go to category/rent. Okay. So this is fine. Let's do the same things for the sale as well. So the only things we need to do, we just copy this places for rent at the top using Alt-Shift arrow down, and just we change the rent to sale instead. And the initial value is null. The function would be the same. The collection address or reference is similar, but for the query, instead of type rent, it should be type sale. And we get the documents, we fill the listing variable here. And finally, we're going to set the sale listings by this variable. So that's it for this part. I'm sure we don't get an error because this should be similar. So if you open the console, here, so we don't get an error for the Firebase because this rent and sale, the index is similar. So we don't need to create a new index for that. Okay. And okay, so we have set this one. Now we just need to copy the rent from here to the end using Alt-Shift arrow down. And we just change the rent to sale. You can use a Ctrl D to choose both. Then this is the places for sale. And the link is category. Instead of that, should be sale. And show me more places for sale. And instead of looping through the rent listings, we need to loop through the sale listings. So let's check. Okay, now we have the other one as well. So the other things I want to do. So let's test this first. So category sale. The other things I want to do is I want to remove this scroll bar here, like the one in the final version. Because we don't need the scroll bar. It's going to be more beautiful without the scroll bar. So I'm going to show you a trick to remove the scroll bar, both in Chrome and Firefox. So we just need to go back to Visual Studio Code and we go to index.css file. So we use Ctrl P to search. So just say index.css. We go there and just at the bottom, for removing the scroll bar in Chrome, we just need to have HTML, 2 clones, dash web kit dash scroll bar, and we're going to set the display to none. So this is going to remove the scroll bar for Chrome. Okay. But if someone is using the website inside Firefox, for example, now I open this one to Firefox here, you still see the scroll bar. So in order to remove it in Firefox as well, so we just need to add HTML and we just say a scroll bar, a scroll dash or scroll bar dash width. So we set the width of the scroll bar to none. So now in Firefox, we don't have the scroll bar as well. Okay. Let's close the Firefox. So that was it for the home page. For the home page, the only places is left is this offer page and also the rent and sale page, but we're going to make one page for both of them and make them dynamic. So this is going to be for the next section. So let's add this one to the GitHub using Ctrl+Shift+G, and we're going to add both of the files that we have changed, the homepage and index.css, and this is going to be complete homepage by adding recent offers, places for rent, and places for sale. Okay. So let me commit this one and push it to GitHub, and we go back to our GitHub page. We refresh the page to see the new commit. Now we have 27 commits, and the last one is complete homepage by adding recent offers, places for rent, and places for sale. And if you click on this, we're going to see the changes that we have done. For removing the scroll bar in index.css, we have added these two codes. The first one is for Chrome, and the second one is for Firefox. For the home.jsx, we have added 3 fetchings at the top. First one is for offers, then we have for places for rent, and finally we have places. This one should be sale. I didn't change it. So this is for sale. So for fetching, first we have created a piece of state for offer listings. Then we have use effect hook to fetch the listing by using try and catch. Inside the try section, we have created a reference for the address of the place, which is in the database listings collection. Then we have made a query that have specified the location, which is the offer equals true, and we have ordered by timestamp, and we have limited it by 4. Then we have executed the query using getDocs method from Firestore. We have created a variable, an empty variable, and we have pushed the data and ID to this variable. Finally, we have set the offer listings piece of state by this listings variable. We have also cached the error using console log error inside the catch section. For places for rent, the changes we have done is just change the name of this estate to rent listings, and we changed the where to type equals rent, and we set the rent listing to listings instead of set offer listings. For the sale, we have just changed the rent to sale. So we got to change the type to sale, and we have created it. And inside the return section, we have just looped through the, for example, offer listings. First, we have put the condition if the offer listing exists or the number of offer listing is more than 0, then we have added an H2 saying recent offers, and we have link to the offers page with this button. Then we have looped through the offers listing using map. And finally, we have used the listing item component that we have created before to show the listings by passing the data as a props, listing and ID. We have done the same things for the rent and for the sale. So that's why we have copied and pasted, and we have just changed the necessary places. Okay. That was it for the home page. In the next section, we're going to create the offers page, and just after that, we're going to create the pages for rent and sale. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the home page. In this section, we're going to work on the offers page. So we go to offers page. As you can see, we have already created the route for the offers before. So now we just need to fetch the data for the offers. This is similar to the one we did for the home page. But in the home page, we have just requests for the first 4. In the offers page, we're going to request for more listings, like 8, like the one in the final version. First, we get the first 8 listings, and then we have a button here. And if we click on load more, we're going to get another 4. And if we click more, if there is another offer listing, we're going to get. Otherwise, we just see the last one. Okay. So we're going to make a mechanism that first shows the first 8, and then by each load more, we're going to get, for example, 4 more or 8 more, depending on your preference. So let's first add the use effect hook to the just fetch the data. Then we can just add a condition to it to request more. So first, we go to the website. We go to the offers page. So let's close everything, and we open the Explorer section and go to the offers.jsx. And here at the top, we're going to create use effects to get the data, but we need to put the data in a piece of state, and we just call it listings. And we need to make another piece of state for loading, because we need to wait until the data is loaded. For example, in the final version, if you refresh the page, we see the spanner first, and when the data is fetched, we're going to see it on the page. Okay, let's go back to here, and we create these 2 pieces of states. The first one is listings, and we can use set listings to change the value of this state, and this is going to be equal to use state hook, which is coming from React, and the initial value for this one is null. So the next piece of state is loading. So we're going to set the loading, and the initial value for this is true, because we want to have the loading first, and when the data fetching finished, we want to set the loading to false and see the data. So let's add the use effect here. So we add the use effect. We're going to import it from React as well, which we can see here. This is going to take a function and with dependency, and for now we just put the dependencies empty. Then this is going to have a asynchronous function, because we are going to use await for the get docs, which returns on promise. And as we are using await, we need to have an asynchronous function. So we just say async function, and the name of the function, we just call it fetch listings. And we just create this function and we call it just at the bottom of the use effect. Okay. So here, as we did before, we just need to use try and catch a statement to firstly try to get the information. If there is an error, we're going to toast an error. So we need to import toastify from react-leaflet, and this is going to pass an error. And we just can say, for example, could not fetch listing. All right. So that is okay for now. For the try, first we need to create the reference, which is the address of that collection. So we create a variable called listing ref, and this is going to be equal to collection, which is coming from collection. So we need to import it manually because it doesn't suggest us. So we're going to import collection from Firebase /fire store. Okay. Then the collection is going to take two things: the database, which is from Firebase file, firebase.js. So we need to import db as well, which is coming from /firebase. Then we need to specify the name of the collection, which is listings. Now we have the reference. After the reference, we're going to make the query. So the query is going to be equal to query method from Firestore. We need to import it. Then this is going to take the listing ref that we have created now. Then we need to tell where to get. The where is coming from Firestore. So we need to specify the location, which is offer equal true. Or if the offer is true, we want to have that listings. Then after the where, we can sort it by using order by from Firestore. We have imported order by as well. The order by is going to be timestamp and descending, because we want the newest to be first in the list, descending. And finally, we're going to limit it, which is coming from Firestore, to 8. So we wanted to limit it to 8. It depends on your choice. I put it to 8, but you can put it in anything, for example, 4 or 10. So that's enough for query. Now we need to execute the query. So we need to have a snapshot, which is, we can call it query snap. And this is going to be equal to await. And we use get docs method from Firestore to get the documents with the query that we have created here. Now, I'm sure now you're familiar with the procedure. So the next step is create the listing variables, and we just set it to be an empty bracket, and we just loop through this snap, query snap, by using for each, and this is going to give us each document, and we can just set each document to the listing by just return the listings dot push, and we're going to push an object of the ID, which is equal to doc.id. Then we're going to pass the data, which is doc.data. Okay, we have done it quite a few times, so I think it went to your brain. Now, after this, we're going to set the listing piece of state and change its value by using set listings, and we set it to this variable that we have created. And finally, we're going to set the loading to false. Okay. Now, if you go to the website, so okay, let's refresh this page and see if you get an error or not. So we didn't get any error, so it's working. Let's first return the loading. We can make it like before. If the loading is true, we return a spanner, or we can do it in a different way. So I'll show you a different way. For example, here, first let's style this, and we set the maximum width to 6 XL to keep the consistency in our website, and MX Auto to bring them to the center, and add some padding of 3. And then we're going to have an H1 just saying offers, and we bring them to the center. We just add a class name here. We set the text to be 3x large. We bring it to the center using text center. Let's see here. Now we can see it. Let's bring this one here so you can see it better. Okay. Now we just want to add a margin top of 6, and we set the font to be bold. Okay, that is enough for the header. After the H1, now it's time to have the, for example, we just say if the loading is true, then show the spanner. So we're going to have a parenthesis, and we're going to import the spanner component. So let's open the spanner, spanner.jsx. And now if we try to auto import, we are going to be more successful. So we're going to import it from components/spanner. So now, so we need to complete this one first. So otherwise we want to return. Otherwise, if the loading is false and the listings exist, and also the listing, I'm using different ways of conditions to you get familiar with everything. So listings are length greater than 0, then we want to return here, and at the end, we just say otherwise, just put a paragraph and say there are no current offers. So if there is an offer, we can see it there. Otherwise, we just return a paragraph. Let's see if we did everything correctly. So here I'll just add an empty fragment to we don't get error. Okay. So now when we refresh, we see the spinner that is working. Okay. And then if the list, so we have a listing, so that we don't see that there are no current offers. So if there's no listing, we see there are no current offers. Otherwise, inside this empty fragment, we're going to loop through the listing that we are fetching from here. So first thing first, I'm going to add a main tag here. And inside this main tag, we are going to have an unordered list. And here inside this, we're going to loop through the listings that we got from fetching. And we map through it and we get each listing. And we're going to return directly that listing item component. So we need to import. So let's open it. Listing item.jsx. And we can now auto import it. And let's close this one first. And here we're going to have a key, which is listing.id. We're going to pass the ID, which is listing.id. Then finally, we're going to pass the data using, we just say listing, which is equal to listing.data. Okay. We should see the result now. Okay. Now we're seeing the result, which is the 8 results, but it's not grid yet. So we need to add a grid here in the unordered list. So we just say after the small size, we want it to have a grid. After the small, we want the grid numbers, grid column numbers to be 2. Okay. After the large size, we want the grid columns to be 3. In X large, we want the grid columns to be 4. And for the very big screens, like 2x large, we want to have a grid columns 5. Okay. So now we have a 2. And if we increase the size, in the largest screen, we see 3. And then X large, we see 4. And if we zoom out a little bit, 80% zoom out, we see 5 columns. Okay. This is a mobile size, and then we have a normal size like this. Okay. So that's it for this section. The other things we need to do, so we added a margin top here after the H1. So let's add some margin bottom as well. So margin bottom 6. So we have some space after the offers as well. Okay. That one looks better. So now it's time to add this button here. We add a button, load more. So when we click on it, we're going to fetch more listings from the database. So now we need to add a piece of state to check if we reached the last listing, and we just get the information of the last listing. And when we are fetching new listings by clicking on the load more, we're going to start from that listing forward. Okay, so we need to just add a piece of state here just after the loading. I create another piece of state and I call it last fetch listing, and we need to change this one by just adding the set last fetch listing, and this is going to be equal to use a state hook, and the initial value would be null. Okay, then after the inside the use effect that we are getting the query, we can save the last visible one, like this one. So we just need to just create a constant and we call it last visible, and this is going to be equal to query snap, and we just can get the document we want. We just say .docs, and this is going to we should know which one to get. So we get the last one and we minus it to 1 because the index starts from 0. So we just need to say query snap .docs. So we get all the documents and we check the length of that and we minus that one to 1. Okay, and we should just put this one to a bracket. Just imagine this one as an array. We want to get the last one, so we check the length. We minus it to 1 because the array starts with 0, so the last one would be the length minus 1. Now we have the last visible. We can set it to that piece of state that we have created, the last fetch listing, and we set that one to this last visible. Okay, now we have saved this one inside our piece of state, last fetch listing. Now we can show that load more if we have more listing left. So we just here after just this main, we are going to have a condition. We just say if the last fetch listing exists, then we want to have the button. So we create a div, and inside the div we're going to add the button, and the button is going to be just saying load more. So we should see the load more now here and at the bottom. And let's style this first. So I'm gonna bring it to the center. So I add a class name here. We change this display to flex. We use justify content center, and align item center to bring it to the center horizontally and vertically. Align item center in Tailwind CSS is item center. Okay, now it's in the center. Then for the bottom button, we're going to have some style. I'm gonna add a background color. So the background color for this would be white. Okay. And we're going to have padding X of 3 and padding Y of 1.5. We set the color to be gray 700 for the text. And let's add a border for it. And we set the border color to be gray 300. You can see it here. So let's add some margin bottom so we can see it better. So margin bottom 6 and margin top of 6 as well. Okay. Then when we hover over it, we want to have a different color for border. So we just hover over it. We want to have border with the slate color 600. Like this. But let's add some transition and rounded corner. So rounded, and we add a transition with the duration of 150 milliseconds and with the ease in and ease out effect. So you see like this. And I think that's enough for the button. Now we want to add a onClick to it that is going to trigger a function that we're going to create. So we call the function onFetch more listings. And let's create this function at the top, just under the use effect. So the function, because we are going to fetch some more data, we need to use await. So we need to create this function asynchronous too. So this is going to be a synchronous function, and we call it onFetch more listings. This is similar to the one here. Actually, we can copy this one, try and catch. We just need to add a little bit, change it. So I copy this function from try to catch and put it here. But instead of just a limitation of 8, I'm going to have the limitation 4. And also we want to have more things. We want to start this one. So we're going to start this after. We use a start after from Firestore, which is going to start from the last fetch listing. So whatever the last fetch listing is here, that the piece of state, we're going to start from that one. So we're not gonna get again from the beginning. Okay, so we added the start after. The other things we want to add is just, so instead of setting all the listing, we're going to get the previous state. So we get the previous state. Then we want to return an array. First we get the previous state, we put it here, and then we want to add the new listings that starts that starts from here, the previous fetched listing. So let me try it now. So see, when we click, we get 4 new places. But if you click more, and if we don't have anything more, we're going to get nothing. So let me try again. So only 1 left. Now if we click, we don't get anything. Okay. So each time is going to get 4. So you can change this number from 4 to 8 or any numbers. So you can have a dynamic load more. So you can see after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, we got a new one here. We didn't get a repetitive one. Okay. So that was it for the offers page. I believe that is finished. And for the rent, if you go to the home page for the final version, you can see that the rent and sale page is similar to the offers page. So we just have the same things, 8, and then we can load more. But the only difference is we just fetch different data. Instead of getting the offers, we just get the places for rent or sale, depending on the link. So here in the link we have rent. So we fetch rent. If we change this one to sale, it's going to fetch the sale. So we're going to use params from React Router DOM to understand which places we want to get, sale or rent, and we're going to add them here. So we can just create that page, and we just copy this offers page and we just change it a little bit to create that page. So or we just make it for another video. So let's just add this one to the GitHub first. So I'm going to add this page and just say create the offers page. Not created. I think it's complete because we have created before. So complete the offers page and we push it to GitHub. If we now refresh our GitHub repository page, we're going to have 27 commits. Sorry, it should be 28. Yeah, 28 commits. And the last one is complete the offers page. So let me explain this one real quick. So we have created 3 pieces of states. One for listings, one for loading, and one for the last fetch listing. We have used use effect hook to fetch the listing by just putting the reference, the address, the query, and we got the query snap to execute the query, and we set the last visible one here inside a variable called last visible, and we set that one inside a piece of state called last fetch listing. Then we just fill up this listing and show it inside our page, but we have created another function that is going to be called by a button called load more, and this is going to fetch the listing that starts from the previous fetch listing. And we just limit this one instead of 8 to 4, and we just got the previous state, and we got the we added the new state, which is coming from here, the listings. Okay, and we just added a map through the listings and show it using the listing item component. And also at the end, we just added the button for load more, and by clicking on it, we have called a function called onFetch more listings. Okay, so that was it for the offers page. In the next section, we're going to create the pages for sale and rent. This is going to be very similar to offers. So I'm going to copy all the codes for the offers page, and I'm going to change it to create those two pages. But I'm going to make it inside another video. So see you in the next section for the sale and rent pages. All right, in the last section, we have completed the offers page, and we have added the last listings in the which has an offer, and also we added this load more button for fetching more offers. In this section, we're going to complete the category page, which includes the rent and sales. So we want to complete this page, as you can see from the final version. The rent, places for rent, and places for sale. So this is very similar to the offers page. So we're going to use the codes that we have created for the offers page, and we're going to modify it to achieve these pages. First thing first, we need to create the route for this page. So we need to go to the Visual Studio Code, and inside the pages, we're going to have another page called category. So we just write category.jsx. For now, we just write RFC to get a React functional component. Then inside the app.js, we can just create the route similar to the one, for example, we did for the offers. So we can copy this using Alt-Shift-Arrow down. We change this one to category, but the category has two pages inside it. So it's / clone, and we're going to call this category name, so which can be rent or sale. And the elements we want to use is the category component that we have created, and we need to import it from the folder pages / category. So now inside our final version, inside our, let me close this. So inside our website, if we go to / category / rent, for example, we should see this category here. Okay. And now it's time to copy the code and modify it to achieve this code. Let's go back to Visual Studio Code, and let's close the app.js, listing item, and spinner. So we're going to copy everything inside the offers.jsx. So we choose all of them and we copy it, and we go to category.jsx and we choose everything, delete them, and paste it here. So now inside the category rent, we just see the offers similar to the offers page. So we're going to modify this page. So we go from the top. We don't need this import. I don't know what's that. And here, the only difference is the component's name is different. We need to change it. So instead of saying offers, I'm going to call this category. Then we everything is similar. The use effect is similar, except here, instead of saying where offer equals true, we need to say where type is rent or sale. So we can get this information from the URL rent or sale. So in order to do that, we need to use params from React Router DOM. So we need to create params here, which is coming from use params from React Router, React Router -DOM. We need to add it as well. And we need to call this. And here, instead of saying where offer, we say where type. And here we just say params. We need to just say params dot category name. This is the, well, in app.js we define that. So in app.js, here we just say category name. So we are getting this one, this variable. Okay, so category name, the limit, everything is similar. So the query is similar, and we're going to get data based on this new query. And all the functionality is similar. And let's continue. So for unfetch more listing, we need to do it as well. So the type would be params dot category name. So as you can see, it's suggesting us to add this param.category name to the dependencies as well, which is should be here we don't have, but at the top for the use effects, we can just add the params.category name for the dependencies. So we are not getting any warning now. So everything is similar. Here, instead of saying offers, we should say places for rent or places for sale. Let me show it. It should be dynamic. So instead of offer, we just say if the params dot category name is equal to rent, then show places for rent. Otherwise, just say places for sale. So now we should, when we refresh, we see places for rent. And if we change this one to sale, there should be only sale, places for sale, and we just fetch the places for sale. As you can see, the prices are higher. Let me go back to rent again. See, the prices are per month. And for load more, it's working as well. I have to delete this one. Okay, for the sale, the load more is working as well. Okay, so that was it for the rent and sale page. As you could see, that it was very similar to the offers page. So for your practice, you can write it down again, but just for saving time, I have just copied and modified the code. It was just 2 lines of code we have added. So let's add this one to GitHub using Ctrl+Shift+G. And we just say create the places for rent and sale page or pages. So we push this one to GitHub and we just check it again. So if you refresh the page, now we see in 29 commits, and the last one is create the places for rent and sale pages. So we just have to add this page to the app.js. It's route. The route is category / clone category name. And so we just copied that offers page and put it here. The only difference is that we have added the params here. And instead of where offers equals true, we just said type equals params category name. That was the only difference. And for the return, instead of just saying offers, which depending on the category name, we just said places for rent or places for sale. Okay. And we needed to fix this one too. There is no current offers. We should say there is no current places for rent or sale. So let me let me fix that one as well. So there is no current offers. This should be dynamic too, based on the params. If the params dot category name is equal to rent, we should say no, there's no current places for rent. Otherwise, we should say places for sale. Okay, let's add this change as well. Just fix the no current offer section. Okay, we push this one to GitHub. In the next section, we're going to deploy our website to vercel. Okay, so we have done our website. We have completed. I'm going to add more functionality later to these projects. For example, I want to add the search functionality and also some other ideas if I find, I'm going to add to these projects. But for now, we're going to deploy this one to vercel in the next section. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the category page. In this section, we're going to deploy our website to vercel. We need to go to search for vercel, and in the search result, you just can click on the vercel.com, and here you need to sign in with your account. So I already signed in with my account here. If you're not if you don't have an account, you can create an account, and you can also connect your GitHub to the vercel for easy deployment. Okay, so here inside this, we can just go to add new here on the right side and click on project. And here, if you have connected to your GitHub to here, you see this import GitHub repository. Otherwise, you just connect it first, and then you can see this section, and easily you can import the projects. So the projects, my GitHub name is Realtor clone React. So I'm gonna click on this to import it. They're asking me for the project name and the root directory. So it's based on create React app, that is correct. And for the environmental variables, we need to add the environmental variables that we have. So inside the Explorer section, we go to .env.local. We need to copy this. And we go back to vercel and we add the environment variables. And we just place the name and we come back and we copy the code and we place it here. So we add this one. And now we can simply deploy the website. So we click on deploy. And this is going to take just about a minute or less to deploy your website. After that, we need to do some adjustment to activate the authentication, because this is going to be a new domain for your page. Now your page only is localhost 3000, but after the deployment, you're gonna have something like reactprojects.vercel.com.app, and you need to add this one to your Firebase project. I'm gonna show you how to do it. Let's first see how they're building it, and any errors if you get, you can see here. I'm getting some warning, but the warnings are fine. But if you get a red error, you need to fix it in your code and deploy it. You need to push it to GitHub again and deploy it again. Okay, just 1 minute passed. It's now creating the optimized production build. So it's not gonna take a while. So I think, yeah, build is complete. Okay. So now we can visit our website to the new domain. So if you click here, you're going to be redirected to the page. So it's just the Realtor clone react.vercel.app. Okay. So the problem it's working perfectly. So you see that all pages was working, even it's faster than the local host, because Vercel has amazing servers. So everything is working perfect, but except for the sign-in, if we use the Google, we're going to get an error. Could not authorize with Google. So we need to go to Firebase. So we search for Firebase and we go to firebase.google.com, this URL. So we should go to our console after signing in. And we need to choose the projects that we have built, this one, Realtor clone React. And here, we should go to this, I think we should go to setting and let me see. User and permission, this tab. No, not this one. I think, yeah, we need to go to authentication here. And we go to the setting inside the authentication. Okay, here. And then we go to authorized domains. Because they changed it a little bit. Before was different. Now this is new. So now we need to add that domain. So we copy this domain name. And we go back here and add that domain. Okay. So now we have added the authorized domain. So we can try again. So we click on continue with Google. Let's refresh the page after that. So we click on continue with Google. You see that's working now. And we can just authenticate with one of the users, for example, this one. And now if you go to profile, we see that person's things, and also we can edit it. For example, I can edit my name, add my family name, apply change. If you refresh the page, you see the changes. Let's try to create a new listing. So I just do some testing. For example, sell a new apartment, and with 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, parking, furnished. The address is going to be the address I know. And description, I just copy the name few times. Okay, now it's an offer. The price is just, for example, $1 million. And with $100 discount, let's choose some images. For example, I choose some of these images, these 2 images, and I click on create listing. So if the API works, we should get the map as well. So, okay, the map is working. So the API is connected. And also you can see the page, the images. And if you go to offers page, it's going to be the first one. And it's created a few seconds ago. Okay, so our website is working. Congratulations if you reached to this far. Please wait for the updates, and also you can check my other projects as well. So see you next time.